everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another exciting installment of Arcane Archive MetaTalks. You are joining us here once again. We are your illustrious, enigmatic hosts, Adam,
Sam,
and we're going to be continuing our lovely little discussion on D&D 5th edition spells. Basically just right where we left off last time. I believe we ended with kind of getting a bit more into the meats and potatoes of spellcasting with third level spells. So now we're going to go ahead and kick it off right away with our 4th level friends. Sam, would you like to go ahead and maybe tell the folks what are some 4th level spells that you particularly like or dislike or just find to be just lackluster?
Oh, well, lackluster is an interesting one. I'm going to start with ones that I like because that's always the most fun to talk about off the bat.
Fair.
I'm always big, at least when I play like any kind of caster, I'm usually on the utility side of things. I'm not usually playing like a wizard, so a lot of my spells I don't have a lot of options, but I still tend towards not taking a bunch of damage spells. So one for me that I can't live without on most of my casters is Dimension Door.
Oh, I love Dimension. That's a fave.
Literally every caster I make that can take Dimension Door has Dimension Door.
Same. I mean, because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's one of the absolute best teleportation spells in the game. If not maybe the best one, honestly, and for most situations.
You know, for me, it's one of those spells that, yes, it's a 4th level spell set. Yes, depending on when you're playing the game, that is a lot to sink into one action.
Arguably,
but it's fun, like, and there's a lot of uses.
Always worth it when you do. Like, it absolutely, in my opinion, lives up to that value of a 4th level slot. Well, why don't you go ahead and give the rundown for Dimension Door for all our friends here.
Dimension Door is a 4th level conjuration spell. It takes a casting time of 1 action. It is instantaneous. And we'll read the spell out now. You teleport yourself from your current location to any other spot within range, the range being 500 feet. You arrive at exactly the spot desired. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and directions, such as 200 feet straight downward, or upward to the northeast at a 45-degree angle 300 feet. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller who is carrying gear up to its carrying capacity. The creature must be within 5 feet of you when you cast this spell. If you were to arrive at a place already occupied by an object or creature, you and any creature traveling with you each take 4d6 force damage and the spell fails to teleport you. Now, there are a lot of ways to use this spell. In terms of whether using it in a fight, whether using it to get away, whether using it to appear somewhere where you're not supposed to be. I love this spell, Adam.
It's a fantastic spell, Sam. It's one of my all-time favorites. I guess it's same. Any spellcaster that has the capacity to take this spell, I don't think I've ever not given it to them.
It's the movement. It's the movement opportunity.
It's not just the movement, though. I mean, really quick, you guys, take a specific look and take note of the description specifically saying any place you can teleport. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can simply describe by stating distance and direction. That is unlike any other spell in the game, except for like 7th level teleport. Is unheard of. It's uncanny. Like almost every other spell in the game that allows you to teleport at any place specifically usually has the restriction that you have to see where you are going when you do it. You have to see that spot in order to then teleport to it. With this, you don't have to do that. You literally can just go anywhere within 500 feet, so long, obviously, as there is a spot for you to come out of, right? Now, that is insane and incredible. Plus, you can also take another creature with you. Like that's also another thing that's like in the game. Dimension Door was one of the few spells, especially at like middle level play, that isn't like, super high level, whatever, that allows you to teleport something or someone other than just yourself. You know what I mean?
This spell, you use this up to end game.
Yeah.
It's no, 100%. Really good.
I have, and you absolutely will. Like Sam said, I mean, you can teleport. Again, the fact that you have such like fine-tuned control of where you can go without having to see, without like you are literally like Nightcrawler in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like it's super awesome. One of my all-time favorites. Great choice, Sam, to start us off. One that I think I would choose as one of my favorites is another interesting, like it's a very popular one. It has so much like role play potential as well as effectiveness, even in combat at times, depending on how you do it. And I feel like it would be a disservice not for me to talk a little bit about it, and that's gonna be polymorph. Polymorph.
I was thinking, I'm like, where's he gonna go?
Polymorph is a 4th level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 action, a range of 60 feet. It has verbal, somatic, and material components, and its duration is 1 hour. It is a concentration spell. So this spell transforms a creature that you can see within range into a new form. An unwilling creature must make a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. The spell has no effect on a shape changer or a creature with 0 hit points. The transformation lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies. The new form can be any beast whose challenge rating is equal to or less than the target's, or the target's level if it doesn't have a challenge rating. The target's game statistics, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast. It retains its alignment and personality. The target assumes the hit points of its new form. When it reverts to its normal form, the creature returns to the number of hit points it had before it transformed. If it reverts as a result of dropping to 0 hit points, any excess damage carry over to its normal form as normal. As long as the excess damage doesn't reduce the creature's normal form to 0 hit points, it isn't knocked unconscious. The creature is limited in the actions it can perform by the nature of its new form, and it can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action that requires hands or speech. The target's gear melds into the new form, and the creature can't activate, use, wield, or otherwise benefit from any of its equipment. See, now this is a particularly long and meaty spell, and
it has to be.
What's hilarious is that this spell, as I said before, it's on the effect itself is incredibly simple, right? You literally just transform a creature into a beast, like, and that's basically it for an hour. But the amazing part about it is that this has such vast, diverse, like, effect and capacity in almost any situation that you're in, whether it be combat, scouting, infiltration, just neutralizing threats. Like it's so flexible and diverse in its range and ability of effects that despite it being such a simple thing, like literally, like I remember when my first like really true like long, well, sorry, not first, second true long like form campaign, I had a druid. And as soon as I got this spell, like, I was using this spell all the time. Like, because I could transform myself, but so then I'd also like transform my friend so that we could like infiltrate like as little like termites or like little rats like into a place without being seen easily. I remember one time, like a number of times when enemies would we were trying to like, again, stealth or like maybe even interrogate somebody or kidnap a person. Like they would try to run away and I would just polymorph them into like a small little turtle. I'll just like into a small turtle and then grab them and then fly away. Like, or like you could turn them into like a little bunny rabbit when you need it. Like there were so many things, even in combat. This spell has the potential to absolutely shut down an encounter, depending.
I mean, not even just that. You have the fact that similar to why druids are so good, especially if you're doing moon druid, it's a health pool. It's more health. And like, you know, depending on the beast you're turning into, depending on what level you are, yeah, maybe your damage suffers. But man, if you don't make someone into a sponge, because you just throw, hey, I'm gonna turn you into a giant fucking gorilla or whatever, and like, hey, look, it's an extra 90 hit points.
Turn them into a woolly
mammoth.
mammoth.
It's like here's an extra pool of hit points, and they're still gonna attack you, and maybe you'll get hit more often. But guess what? You're not gonna die. Like
turn him into a T-Rex. Turn him into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
We had that happen when I played Tomb of Annihilation. I could cast polymorph. One of our other characters could cast polymorph, and we just would pick one of the party members, and we're like, "Hey, you're the center of the tension now. Like you're T-Rex." Like, and you know, yes, sometimes we would troll other players because that's the kind of game it was. It was a survival game where none of us built a survival character.
Sure.
but it was effective nonetheless. Is the fact that like, hey, two of us can just change people into stuff, and you can't kill them now. You have to try to kill us now
Yeah.
because you can't kill that person.
Yeah.
It's an effective tool. You either completely ruin the action economy of whatever you're fighting, with the caveat that you can't damage them, but you can like capture them.
That's what
You
I'm saying.
can
You can
restrain them.
neutralize them easily
Yeah,
enough. Like literally,
if you're fighting like a bot, like a big monster and a bunch of little guys, you could just polymorph the big guy, take care of the little guys, go back to the big guy.
yeah,
Which is so frustrating. I've had it done
it,
to me when
it
I'm
is.
doing
Like I
a
said,
DM stuff, but it's part of the game.
you have the ability to shut down an
Yeah.
encounter. Like it's just,
I mean, that's why you
it's
build
kind
all
of
your
not
monsters
even
with
fair.
legendary
Like if
resistances.
they fail that way, like again, to be fair, it is a wisdom saving throw, which is one of the most common, and a lot of classes have pretty decent saving throws for it, depending. But it is just like, yeah, with a single failure of one saving throw, you can completely just neutralize and trivialize encounters at times. Like, and again, like you said, that doesn't mean you can necessarily like kill the enemy if you want to like you truly utilize polymorph to its fullest effect. But you could easily enough like turn them into again like a little bunny rabbit or a turtle or a fish, and like just like like tie them up, and then they'll come back and they'll transform and they'll just be tied up. And it's like
my favorite thing. Remember, this is super early in Critical Role. Remember when they were in the Underdark in the first campaign? And they turned that giant into a little mouse or whatever it was, so they didn't have to fight it and they could stay stealthy. And I was like, and then they just threw it off a cliff.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's stopping you? Like, you're now changing an encounter. So say you're hiking up a mountain, you have to fight a giant. Well, who's to say you don't polymorph the giant, throw it down the cliff? It'll survive, but now it's at the bottom of something, and you're up here moving still. Like, that's huge. And as a DM, I wouldn't even be mad if someone did that, because I'm like, fuck. I mean, I forgot to give the giant legendary resistance. That's on
like,
me.
Okay, no, again, like I said, like at that point, it's like, all right, that's on me. That's you guys, you guys really use that spell to its maximum. And here's the funny thing too: depending on how high you drop the mouse, the giant might still die from that height.
I mean, it's remind me, is polymorph, does it get better as the levels go up, or is it just a set?
So essentially, it's specifically the target. The target, it has to have the challenge rating has to be equal to the target's level of the new form that it basically comes into. So again, if it's like if the target is like, if it's a giant, if it's a challenge rating, I think giants are like, depending on the giants, like what, challenge rating 8 or something like that?
So 8 and higher.
Yeah, 8 or high. I know it's definitely higher. But you could turn it into anything 8 or lower. Like,
I mean, and the reality is, it's unfortunately, it is one of those spells that doesn't scale with casting at a higher level.
Well, but that's the thing, you don't necessarily need to, though, because it specifically is dependent on the creature itself. Which
Although,
that's the broken part, is that it's not tied to your ability to spell cast. It's literally tied to how powerful the creature is.
Yeah, which is an interesting part, because I don't think we've ever played it that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, that's because normally any beast that you could turn like a giant or a dragon or whatever into is always going to be of a lower CR. Like beasts, they don't get super high CR, unfortunately.
No, we've always done it to your spell level as opposed to the target CR, because it's just easier that way.
I mean, that's fine. Like usually it's also like the level too, where it's like you can, if you're like trying to polymorph your friends, for instance, like into like, giant eagles or owls or whatever else, like normally those will always have a lower CR or a CR equal to whatever level you're at when you get this spell. Like when I think at what you get it at 7th, 8th level for 4th level spells, I think.
Something about
I think it's 7th. I think it's 7th, maybe 8th level you get 4th level spells, because then I know like I think 9th, 10th level you get 5th level spells.
Got to bring up the wizard spell table now.
Yeah. But either way, by the time
it is 7th. You were on.
Yeah, 7th. That's what I thought. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure 9th is 5th level. But like, yeah, it's such a great spell. It has so much application, despite the fact that it's just so simple overall and the effect that it does. But it's got so many different applications to it, and that's definitely why it's one of my favorite 4th level spells. What's another one that you particularly love? Because I've got a couple.
I do as well. This is a fun
Fourth level has got a lot of great meaty stuff. That's like you're just this again. This is when things start to really kind of take off further. Like third level, like kicks off how shit just starts to go bonkers as you continue on.
Oh, 100%. So this is I would say it's a newer spell because it's from Treasury of Dragons.
Ooh, I think I know what you're
That's
talking about.
the Rolatham Psychic
Yep, Psychic
Lance.
Lance. Yep,
Now,
I knew exactly what you were talking
I
about.
had not really seen this spell in action,
Oh,
and
I have.
I ended up
I
grabbing it
have.
on a character. And it's one of these spells, just like Dissonant Whispers, where I'll explain it in a minute. But it's a fourth level enchantment spell, casting time of 1 action, instantaneous duration, and a range of 120 feet. You unleash a shimmering lance of psychic power from your forehead at a creature that you can see within range. Alternatively, you can utter a creature's name. If the named target is within range, it becomes the spell's target even if you can't see it. If the named target isn't within range, the lance dissipates without effect. The target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes 7d6 psychic damage and is incapacitated until the start of your next turn. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't incapacitated. You can upcast this, so when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 5th level or higher, the damage increases by 1d6 for each slot level above 6th. Now, I am a big fan of spells that can kind of weave into that creepy "I can't see you but I can hit you" category of spells.
Yeah.
The idea of using this to fight like a BBG or like a known villain and just being like, someone casts greater invisibility on you and you're just in the corner speaking their name out loud and all of a sudden they're making intelligence saves all over the place is just like flavor wise alone. I love this spell. The fact that it's an intelligence save, awesome. Not as widely used as a wisdom save. Certainly
No,
not as
they've been really expanding upon a lot of the more psychic of the game lately, like with the Psy Warrior.
Well, they released a couple psychic subclasses. They did for the
but they also have
sorcerer.
tons of psychic like stuff, like with Tasha's, all that stuff,
the flavor of the spell alone makes it good for me, and then the fact that it is still
here
very much like a reliable, consistent source of damage.
Let me go into this real quick because I have literally played in a campaign as a DM where my player she's used this spell to incredible effect. Like it is one of her most used spells for sure, and it is deadly. Ironically, she is a sorcerer with this, and
we love this.
Combines this spell specifically with twin spell, where you literally have, and in fact, like you said, the fact that it's an intelligence save, so many things. Like in D&D, for all of our new people, if you're just getting into the game and it's brand new to you, for D&D, one of the biggest stats that you're going to have, usually you're always going to have what we call a dump stat for all 6 of your attributes, whether it be strength, wisdom, intelligence, charisma, con, or dex. You're not going to be great at everything normally, like unless you just roll ungodly well. But otherwise, usually you're going to have what we call a dump stat, and that is usually the stat that is going to be like the lowest. It's going to be like an 8, a 9, or whatever. Like it's always going to be the one that's like either going to be a minus or at best like just 0 bonuses to it. And a lot of classes that again don't necessarily need a certain attribute, such as intelligence, for instance. Like if you're a barbarian, if you're a fighter, if you're even a ranger, like you don't really usually need intelligence for a lot of the things that you will be doing. You know what I mean?
No, you just take a couple skill proficiencies.
Yeah, and even then, maybe not, because the likelihood is also that you might have another party member who can help offset and balance that out themselves with the fact that they'll be specifically more of an intelligence character. So that being the case, when you have this kind of spell where it is an intelligence saving throw, not a lot of classes just get that as a proficient save, meaning like this spell is also especially more deadly and effective because your intelligence save is going to be low. And if you fail that save, as it says, not only going to take 7d6 psychic damage as base, but then you're going to be incapacitated until the start of their next turn.
It's so good.
And once more, like Sam said, one of the biggest things too, to your point, Sam, you said like you gave the example of like you're invisible and casting a spell. I submit it's actually even better the other way around. If an enemy is invisible,
That's true. Yeah, 100%. No
but
fairy
you
fire
know
needed.
their name, you don't have to see them. Because again, most spells require you to see a target to affect them. Again, that is one of the biggest things that we were talking about, like even with Dimension Door, right?
Yeah.
Most spells in this game require like direct line of sight to be able to take effect in a certain way. The spells that don't are incredibly effective, like almost on a ridiculous proportion, because it's just like, yeah, you shut down so much of what a person can do. Positioning doesn't matter anymore. Line of sight doesn't matter. Like their distance, as long as within 120 feet, which for most encounters you're almost always going to be, they can't go anywhere. You can literally go and hide behind like full cover. You can get full cover, just whisper their name, and this lance will just and still you'll be peppering them with like a psychic bombardment, and they will have almost no way of doing anything to you so long as you can keep away from them and out of their line of sight. Like it is a bonkers spell.
I mean, it's again, it's the same dissonant whispers. All they gotta do is be able to hear
Dissonant
you.
whispers or Tasha's mind whip.
Yeah, all of these are like, it plays along that, like, well, especially for me, I love playing weird, creepy characters, but
yeah,
you play that like weird psychic character, you're talking to people in their heads, you're casting spells. Essentially, you're casting spells around corners and you can't even see the person. I mean, it's all you need is one of your party members to know where they are.
Yep.
You know, it is huge. It's so, like, I've been wanting to get other people in my Tuesday campaign to, like, one of our spellcasters to take this, because I have the ability to mind link us. So if they can't see them, well, I can just tell them, hey, they're within your range. Just fucking fire away. Yep. Because it's just I love the flavor. Man. I love the flavor so much. I love it. I love it so much.
All right, I got a couple more too that I
have a couple as well, but go for it.
We'll do one more that we like, and then we'll start maybe looking through maybe some of the ones that we feel aren't great. But I got honestly one of the ones I feel like I should highlight, because I feel like it does not necessarily get the love that it necessarily deserves. And to be fair, I think only a few classes can actually only one class can technically use this spell.
I know what spell you're talking about.
And that spell is Find Greater Steed.
I was right. I love this spell.
This spell is bonkers. And again, so the thing being is only paladins are technically able to cast this spell normally. I obviously I think, technically warlocks and bards could as well.
Magical secrets, mystic arcanum, not mystic arcanum.
Mystic arcanum, yeah, mystic arcanum and magical secrets.
Can they take this? It's only a 4th level spell.
I mean, yeah, like it's
because I think they can only do 6. It's
I think
either
well,
6,
maybe
7
bards
days.
can then. Yeah, maybe
it's just bard.
Yeah, maybe warlocks can. Maybe just bards can. Yeah, but either way, like it's this spell, you guys, is deceptively crazy. Like it's so. We'll get into it. It's a 4th level conjuration spell with a casting time of 10 minutes. Duration is instantaneous with a range of 30 feet, and it has verbal and somatic components. You summon a spirit that assumes the form of a loyal, majestic mount. Appearing in an unoccupied space within range, the spirit takes on a form you choose, either a griffin, a pegasus, a periton, a direwolf, a rhinoceros, or a saber-toothed tiger. Now, the creature has the statistics provided in the monster manual for the chosen form, though it is a celestial, a fae, or a fiend, your choice, instead of its normal creature type. Additionally, if it has an intelligence score of 5 or lower, its intelligence becomes 6, and it gains the ability to understand one language of your choice that you speak. You control the mount in combat. While the mount is within 1 mile of you, you can communicate with it telepathically. No action required. While mounted on it, you can make any spell you cast that targets only you also target your mount. The mount disappears temporarily when it drops to 0 hit points or when you dismiss it as an action. And casting this spell again resummons the bonded mount with all its hit points restored and any conditions removed. You can't have more than 1 mount bonded by the spell or find steed at the same time. As an action, you can release a mount from its bond, causing it to disappear permanently. Whenever the mount disappears, it leaves behind any objects it was wearing or carrying. So, remember how in our first video on spells, how one of my favorite 1st level spells was Find Familiar? Well, this is almost like a jumped up, beefed up, roided out version of that in certain ways. This spell is, you can literally, as it just just laid out for you, you can summon a griffin, a pegasus, a peregrine, a direwolf, a rhinoceros, or a saber-toothed tiger as like a spirit mount that you can ride as well as take into battle with you. And these creatures are nothing to sneeze at. They're gonna have ridiculous like flying speeds, movement speeds. They're gonna have amazing abilities and statistics to help you in combat itself. Like, it is crazy the fact that you just get essentially what are these CR of these creatures? They're like 2, yeah. The CRs of these creatures are like all 2 CR creatures, except for like a dire wolf, which is a CR1. But like that's insane. All these creatures, like you get to use them as a mount. You get them as much as you want. You can affect them yourself. So, for instance, if you have a paladin who has the haste spell, you can haste yourself and your mount. So not only have you like doubled you've doubled your mount's freaking movement speed, which for a lot of these are probably already going to be like 50 to 60 feet of flying or just movement or whatever. Now it's 120 to 100 feet of movement that you just have. Plus, you've increased their AC. You've increased the actions they can take in combat now. You effectively, on your turn, can technically throw out 6 attacks probably total, like with your mount included. Because with you at this level, you're already going to have your multi-attack. And then your mount probably, I think, also has at least one, if not multi-attack as well. That's crazy. That is just insane. This
not
spell,
only that,
like,
I mean, you pair this with a cavalier fighter, or just the fact that you have advantage on medium creatures.
Feet.
Yeah, you just can't. It's something I've wanted to build for a long time. It'd be so good.
I think people I feel like sleep on this spell sometimes, Sam, because it is like it doesn't. It's not very flashy, like at least like the word, like it's like, oh, find greater steed. What does that mean? I don't know. Like,
it's also the fact that, when paladins get 4th level spells, I mean, you're pretty high level at that point, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh yeah,
I'll double check, but they're not a full caster. So
no,
you look at kind of what
they're like half casters, kind of, basically.
Yeah, and so
they would be half casters.
Let's see. By the time you're looking at something like this, you're looking at 13th level.
Yeah.
And once you get to 15th level, you have 2 slots for 4th level.
Yeah.
So I it's one of those things where you are sacrificing, one big smite or whatever. But the reality is that a mount, which gives you flying, it gives you way more speed than you had before, because most paladins, you're going to have like 30 feet of movement, unless you're taking mobile or you're taking other ways to get movement. And advantage on all medium creatures while you're mounted, because you are bigger than them.
Yeah.
It is, especially if you're fighting in a not so monstrous campaign, you're fighting a lot of medium humanoid creatures, you will just run through people. You have advantage on all your attacks. It is you get someone to cast haste on you.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. Not just that. Like, point being, like you said before, like, he uses up a 4th level spell slot only once. The mount lasts just like Find Familiar until it dies or you dismiss it. So
which is so good.
You only have to take 10 minutes one time, like a day, to summon it, and it's just there forever until it dies or you dismiss it. And at that point, you just have an extra creature that fights with you. Like, again, it's a Find Familiar that can actually like fight now, and is actually decently effective at fighting. Plus, you give it stuff that, like, again, you cast spells that can normally only affect like you or whatever else. Like, you can give it to it, which just bolsters it even further. Like, again, like we said, haste, even like Shield of Faith would be a great one. You cast Shield of Faith on yourself, increases both your AC by 2. You cast Greater Invisibility on yourself. You're both invisible and can just attack at advantage without anybody seeing you. Like,
it's I mean, you just, I
haven't seen a ton of paladins take the spell. And
to be fair, I haven't
played
with a lot of level 13 paladins.
Yeah,
usually
I play with a 2, I think, and
usually I get paladin multi-classes, so they're like level 10 fighter or level 8 something, and then they also took paladin. I currently have that right now in my Tuesday campaign. I think he's 10th or 11th level or like 9th level Cavalier fighter, and then like third level paladin.
Yeah.
But when he lost his memories, and when he gets his memories back, he's gonna switch the
He's
the
gonna become more
classes
of a
around.
paladin
So
instead of a
he'll become
fighter.
full paladin, partial fighter,
I
so that
like
he gets the
that. That's
cat.
super
Yes,
cool.
it is
That's
the
super
best.
cool.
I'm super excited for him
I
because he's
love
just
that.
gonna
Where it's
be
like your magic
ridiculous.
kind of just re-emanates in your
Well, because
body.
he doesn't know his oath.
Yeah.
He doesn't know his old oath, and so he's going to completely, But you don't see a lot of full paladins, especially now with a lot of people messing with multi-class, which is great. I love multi-class. We've talked
My
about this
multi-classing is
before.
great and awesome, but I mean,
But
at
man,
the same
13th level
time, though,
paladin.
why would you like at the same like I love Paladin just baseline. Like I've played a Paladin a couple of times. Like Paladin is definitely one of my favorite classes for sure. I think like my top three favorites that I said in one like in like a survey or something that they were doing was like I love Wizard, I love Rogue, and I love Paladin. And I love like Monk and Ranger and some other things too. But those were my top three, I think, if I had to choose. And because paladins, oh, they're just so meaty, and I get annoyed with people how they usually just make them out to be so simplistic, despite the fact that you have such a wide, diverse like pool to pull from for them in so many ways. Like again, this Find Greater Steed, they're the only class that gets this spell, and it's a bonkers amazing spell. I don't see a ton of people using it. Like
No, it's because it doesn't look good on the spell list.
what's what I'm
They're
saying.
like they're like Find Greater
It's
Steed.
very boring and mundane on the spell list. When you're like Find Greater Steed. Why would I want that when I can get like a Fire Shield, or if I could get like like Guardian of Faith, like or whatever else. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I get it, but it's just like oh my god, it's people sleep. I feel like people sleep on this spell so hard.
they do. But
yeah,
it's just how it is. I think it's one of those. It's just one of those like spells that just doesn't look nice when you look at the
I
name.
know it's not all polished and shiny and whatever, but it's so freaking good. But yeah, what are now some fourth level spells that you think are kind of lackluster or garbage, or maybe just needs a bit of a tweak or so?
Yeah, I do. I have one ready. I do want to give like a little shout out to a spell that this is a newer one I wasn't aware of that I like, not for combat, not because it's the best spell ever. But the Galder's Speedy Courier. I don't know if you're
Galder Speedy Courier.
It's just I'm not going to go over the whole thing because the rules are pretty straightforward, but it's the whole idea of being able to put items in a little box and send them to somebody that you know the name of, no matter where they are on the plane.
Yeah,
it's one of those like it's like sending. It's a quality of life spell that people don't think about until it comes up in a game, and you're like, man, I wish I could send this item we needed to give to someone instead of having to go see them. I could just send it to them and then do a sending spell and let them know. Because man, it's great. But I don't really need to go over it completely. I do have a spell. It's a spell that's near and dear to my heart for what it could have been. But to me is just a little bit lackluster on what you can do with it, which is fabricate.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of the ones that I was looking at.
And it's not. It's just. Well, I'm gonna go over it and then I'm gonna explain why it just doesn't it doesn't live up to what I want it to be. It's a 4th level transmutation spell. Casting time of 10 minutes. Range of 120 feet. It's so you convert raw materials into products of the same material. For example, you can fabricate a wooden bridge from a clump of trees, a rope from a patch of hemp, and clothes from flax or wool. Choose raw materials that you can see within range. You can fabricate a large or smaller object contained within a 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes, given a sufficient quality of raw material. If you are working with metal, stone, or another mineral substance, however, the fabricated object can be no larger than medium, contained within a single 5-foot cube. The quality of objects made by this spell is commensurate with the quality of the raw materials. Creatures or magic items can't be created or transmuted by this spell. You also can't use it to create items that usually require a high degree of craftsmanship, such as jewelry, weapons, glass, or armor, unless you are proficient with the type of artisan's tools used to craft such objects. Now, I like parts of this. The ability to arm a small town, if you are proficient with smith skills, is actually a pretty cool way to use this spell.
Oh no, for sure, it definitely could be. The issue being
Because
too, though, is you only technically can create, like, if we're gonna do that, I think you can technically only create, like, well, maybe if you had enough material overall to create like enough amounts of swords or weaponry in one
yeah,
sitting. I was gonna say, I'm like, it doesn't specifically say that like you can create multiple things in one go. It's like you can create
no, but
like, and so like I'm wondering, because it's like given sufficient, okay, you can fabricate a large or smaller object given a sufficient quantity of raw material. If you're working with metal, stone, or another mineral substance, however, the fabricated object can be no larger than medium contained within a single 5-foot cube. So I mean, like, I feel like it might be something you could talk with your DM about, to maybe be like, if I have enough raw material, can I fabricate like maybe?
well, the thing is, it says here contained within a 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes. Now, I'm assuming that's so that you can make things like rope or
Yeah,
things like,
or
something that's
again, like a
longer, a
wooden
ladder,
bridge. You know what I mean? Like a
yeah,
wooden bridge.
stuff like that. But like the fact you're never gonna use this spell to
No.
affect terrain at all. The whole like, oh, create a wooden bridge from a clump of trees or rope, like the no, you won't ever use it for that. It's not. It doesn't work. The places you need to make a bridge at would already be. It's too large, or it's just you don't have the materials for
Or,
it.
and there's plenty of other far easier, more convenient ways of getting across that gap, or making another bridge, like a stone bridge or something.
Yeah. For me, this spell works really well with like Forge Cleric.
No,
It
yeah.
stays well within
I
kind of
think
what they can do
I
already.
think they just get they like literally
They
have
get
a
this
have a
spell.
channel divinity, as well as I think
Yes,
they get the spell too.
but it works a little bit different.
Yeah, no, it does.
You can use this to make things,
Yeah, but it's just
but
like,
it's
again,
just
a
it's a little
fourth level slot.
it's underwhelming,
Like
is what
as
it
a,
is.
I feel like this would be way better as like maybe a second level spell. Like I think
Yeah,
a second level spell,
it's
I think would
underpowered.
make way more sense and
It's
be
just
far
very
more.
underpowered. That's why I don't like it.
Yeah, like, as a fourth level spell, it takes 10 minutes to cast, and it's like that. For fourth level slots, they're so much more valuable for other things you can do rather than just like this. Like
It's kind of
this.
like this kind of sits in with all of like pretty much all of the creation spells. They're not very good.
Yeah.
They had this idea that they would be, and like maybe in super super specific areas, or say you're in a campaign where you know it's finding weapons or finding certain things isn't an easy thing to do, maybe it can come in handy. But man, unless you get this automatically as part of your class,
No.
I know you get it as an artificer and you get it as a forge domain cleric. There's literally no reason to pick this spell up unless you are doing a very specific build, like a very specific like role play, a very
And even
specific
then,
kind of
I would still say
character,
you should
and you're
probably talk to the
sacrificing.
DM.
Yeah,
But
you're
like,
sacrificing power.
yeah, I'm saying, even if you had a specific kind of thing, you should probably still talk with your DM to like homebrew it a little bit to make it slightly more viable for whatever you're doing. Because it's just like you said, for the level it's at, it's just not viable. It just doesn't work. It doesn't offer enough. For me, one particular spell that I really would like to like, but once they also agree, like it's similar to fabricate, just it doesn't have quite enough. Like it's literally missing like just like that one little thing to really make it viable and cool. I would say is the spell Grasping Vine. Again, this is a spell that I believe, yeah, like druids, rangers, and nature domain clerics can use. It is a fourth level conjuration spell with a casting time of 1 bonus action, which is great. It has a range of 30 feet, verbal and somatic components, and it lasts for 1 minute. It is a concentration spell. You conjure a vine that sprouts from the ground in an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. Excuse me. When you cast this spell, you can direct the vine to lash out at a creature within 30 feet of it that you can see. That creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be pulled 20 feet directly toward the vine. Until the spell ends, you can direct the vine to lash out at the same creature or another one as a bonus action on each of your turns. Now, there's a few things that are kind of wrong with this spell that make it unfortunately lackluster at best. Probably one, maybe even the biggest reason is it's a concentration spell. Like that, this for what this spell does, it being a concentration spell, like sorely makes it just suboptimal at best for any situation you're in most of the time, unfortunately. The thing being is like the fact that it's a bonus action, that's great. That's fantastic. It's specifically supposed to be more about like control and like movement in an area or environment against an enemy, where it's like, oh, say, you know, like a friend of yours falls off a cliff, right? Like they get knocked or pushed. You could be like, oh, I'm gonna use grasping vine to like snatch them back over from the jaws of death or whatever, right? One of the biggest issues as well is like the vine itself, the spell, it doesn't actually like restrict or grab or grapple a creature. Literally all it does, it just moves them 20 feet directly toward the vine. So it's like if
it damage.
It doesn't do damage. It doesn't do it. It's literally just movement and control. So that's one of the biggest problems, is that it doesn't do damage, and it doesn't like grapple them or like restrict them in any way. And the fact that it's a concentration spell, it's like you literally are now concentrating on this thing to essentially just move a creature 20 feet towards the vine. And now, you know, there are situations where you could maybe use this. Like you could, I guess, technically, like you could like have it maybe sprout out of like a bit of like molten rock, right? Like in the middle of like a lava pool, right? And you could like snatch people within 30 feet into the lava pool, right? Like that could work, but that is so situational. It's so situational, and again, if it takes too much like dependent, like again, you also couldn't necessarily make your DM could then make the arguments like, well, is this vine gonna start burning up in the lava all around it? And it's like, well, it's a magical vine, so it doesn't technically take damage, and they're like, so it's too lackluster almost everything that it does, along with the fact that it's similar to the first level spell Witch Bolt that we talked about. It's got too many things that like it doesn't do enough stuff to be worth the fact that it's also a concentration spell and also a fourth level slot.
It doesn't even do damage. Like at the very least, like it should do some damage, so I can use it every turn and it actually does.
At the very least, it should grapple or restrain a creature like that. Like if it doesn't do damage, it's like, okay, that's fine. Again, if it's about control, then at least like wrap a dude up. Especially again, if you're concentrating on it. If all you're doing is concentrating, where you can just basically like, oh nope, you're coming back. Nope, you're like that is so not worth it compared to almost any other concentration spell that you could have up as either a druid, a ranger, or even a nature domain cleric. It's like you're not gonna concentrate on this. Like it's unfortunately doesn't have enough bang for its buck. Like I would personally say, if you're gonna take this spell, the fact that it's a bonus action is great, but it definitely needs to like be homebrewed, where I would say, again, at the very least, you should allow the spell to like grapple or even restrain a creature, because then that's how you can justify it continued effect of a concentration spell, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, I have another one that's similar in the underwhelming category.
Go ahead, hit us with it.
That's the 4th level spell Stone Skin.
Oh god, Stone Skin.
4th level abjuration spell, cast in time of 1 action, concentration for an hour. The spell turns the flesh of a willing creature you touch as hard as stone. Until the spell ends, the target has resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And it costs 100 gold of diamond dust. Now, to me, this is a spell that it's one, like, you think of the name, you look at the kind of like what it would make your character look like. It is a classic fantasy RPG spell. There is no reason for it to be a 4th level concentration spell.
No, that cost freaking diamond. Like
it costs money. It's a 4th level spell that gives you resistance to non-magical damage.
And at this level, like,
it doesn't make sense. You should never take this. If your class forces you to take it, ask your DM if you can get a different spell. This is garbage. It doesn't do anything.
I hate in this game. One of the biggest things I hate in this game are that so many like higher level like effects, abilities, and features always seem to be, you now have like resistance to non-magical damage, where it's like, at this level, that does nothing.
No
one and nothing is attacking me with non-magical stuff. And if they are, they'll be dead before it even matters. It doesn't matter. Like, how did anyone justify having these kinds of effects or features or spells at this level? Like, make it magical. Just make it magical. Like, it's so dumb. Again, if you're going to give the barbarian literal infinite resistance to any, not even just non-magical, to any type of bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, why can't you have a spellcaster or whatever be able to cast that kind of spell on themselves or a fighter or whoever else? Like, it's like, you're not, this, like you said, it is a nothing spell. It does nothing. It
really
worthless.
doesn't. Really...
And even worse, from the actual cost. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it costs money to cast, which is not a good...
Who would choose to do that?
To me, I think this is a grandfathered in spell.
It
from
is.
Past iterations. Like, you think Stoneskin, I think, old fantasy RPG.
Oh,
right
yeah,
away.
no. This is, I'm sure this is from, like, almost maybe, like, even first edition.
They probably just didn't know where to put it, I think is what it was. They just didn't know where to put it, and it ended up here, and it's unfortunate.
It should have, again, this would maybe better as, like, a second level spell that has no gold cost. It's a second level spell with no gold cost. And again, even worse, the fact that it's concentration is like, that's, just have it last for like a minute or 10 minutes or whatever. Don't have it be concentration. Like, why would you, all of the skin spells, like bark skin, stone skin, all of them are horrible. There's almost no reason to ever take them in any way or shape or form, because you will always have something that's just inherently better, because they're also concentration. Like, that's another huge thing, is that they have made so many spells concentration that have no business being concentration. Like,
or it's just like that. There's so many other concentration spells that outrank them in effectiveness. Like, I can't take this. I might like the spell. I still can't take it because I do not have the concentration for it.
Okay. Here's the thing, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna try to lay out kind of like at least what I feel should be the guidelines of whether or not a spell should be concentration or not. Right? A spell should specifically be concentration if it is of a degree or quality of effectiveness that gives a creature like an obvious huge boost or edge in whatever situation, right? The whole point being is, like, if you have literally a spell, like let's take Call Lightning, for example, right? Mm-hmm. Call Lightning, you can deal, what is it, 3d8 lightning damage or something every time you do, like, to basically a 5-foot radius area whenever it strikes, right? That's like, okay, you're just gonna literally be able to continuously like lightning strike people with that.
It's a good spell.
It's a good spell. So the fact that it's concentration, it's like, if you didn't have concentration on that and you could just, as an action, it just lasted for like a minute or more, and you could just choose as an action anytime to just do that, but then also do other stuff, which is, again, way better than freaking Witch Bolt. You would be at a distinct advantage against all of your enemies. So they make it a concentration spell to be like, hey, you can only do this and not another concentration spell.
Yeah, you're basically dialing in. It's action economy. It's action economy.
And not just that, but plus you also have the ability to get rid of the effect, right? So that you're not just able to constantly like God smite.
There's counterplay. There's counterplay
where it's like, this spell is strong enough where you just don't have a blatant advantage. You can't do that on top of another concentration spell, and you also have the ability to get rid of that spell. Well, for the Stone Skin, you have this up. It does nothing. It does nothing worth the concentration. Oh, no. Not just that, you take damage, meaning, I guess you have less chance of it going away because the damage from a non-magical attack.
My thing is, like, I could see you casting this on someone else, but never on yourself.
I don't even think you cast it on somebody else, because anyone you're probably fighting, or any creatures you're fighting at this point, at this level, are going to most likely have magical stuff to get through those resistances.
Unless you're fighting, a lot of, normal enemies, and it's a depending on the type of campaign, I could see there not being a lot of magical damage outright in your campaign. It's something that I've always thought was like, man, there's a lot of monsters that I feel like should be doing magical damage, but just do regular damage. And like, if your DM plays to the book and doesn't fuck with monsters like you should, you know what? This might actually come in handy once or twice. But the reality is once you get up to this level, like, once you start fighting weird aberrations and weird shit, and like you're fighting other leveled characters that have magical weapons or spells. Like, it's just not enough to warrant both a gold cost, a 4th level spell slot, and your concentration. If it didn't have one of those things, like if it wasn't concentration, I could see it. Only because it's something you throw up and you just that's done. I don't have to worry about it anymore. We're gonna be going. Say you're going into a dungeon, you're going into a bad encounter. You know it's gonna be rough. You throw this on your fighter, they will take less damage. But if the concentration alone kills me, the gold is gold. You can make money in D&D. DMs usually hand it out. You'll find a way to get around it, whether you have to make the stuff yourself or you have someone do it for you. But like, it's the concentration for me that makes it non-viable, because if you're, say, a wizard, is this a wizard spell? Yeah. Say you're a wizard. Say your primary thing is, I like to buff my friends in combat. Why are you casting this and not haste, or fly, or greater invisibility, or literally anything else? Anything else? It doesn't work.
There's no equivalent like power or boost or benefit to basically be like, why would I ever choose this over any other concentration spell?
And like, speaking of concentration, in other editions, you used to be able to fly and be invisible because it wasn't concentration. You could do both.
Yeah, and I feel like flying shouldn't be necessarily in like concentration. I feel like flying.
I do, because it's this thing of like, you have to focus on it. To me, it makes sense. The reason being, like, you used to be able to be invisible, be able to cast spells and fly without giving up your invisibility at the same time. Now, to do that in a party where everyone can be invisible and everyone can fly, you would need 4 spellcasters. If you have a 6-person party,
or just items. Like, items do all that shit now too.
But man, that'd be fucking. I mean, it'd be crazy. You could go anywhere you wanted, and no one would know where you're there, because the thing with invisibility is that they can hear you. They can still hear you walk if you roll bad on stealth. They can hear you
walk. They can smell you.
They can't hear you fly, because it's just not. It's not a thing.
I mean, they could. I feel like
it's not the same.
Hear things flying, like if you could hear like the wind like kind of billowing in the move. They're moving 30 feet, maybe even 60 feet in the air. Like, that's a pretty fast movement. Like, the wind is gonna be billowing and like moving around.
Yeah, it's not the same thing as like a bird flying where you can hear the wing beats. But like,
I mean, also if it's a character with like armor, for instance. You could hear that armor probably clanking and moving as they're going. Like, even robes, you could hear the robe probably snapping and flittering in the wind. Like, I would allow that. Yeah. I think you could probably still hear them.
But the reality is like, I get why there's concentration. This spell doesn't need it. It doesn't take away from, like, if it wasn't concentration, it would be viable.
It would be fine. It's like, okay, yeah, that could maybe.
It's a little underpowered still.
It's still. I wouldn't even say viable. It's still you could. It's an option. It could be applicable at times, because like, oh yeah, you just have an hour, you have resistance to non-magical damage if it happens to come up at this time. Sure, yeah, that's fine. But the fact that it is concentration, the fact that it takes a diamond cost, is just insane. I
do want to mention something, and I don't know if you agree with me on this. This has to do with concentration.
Yeah.
The smite spells, I don't think should be concentration. Like, staggering smite, blinding smite.
Here's the thing. I think some of them should be, because some of them literally do have effects that are applied after you hit, and it is like for instance, banishing smite, right? Where you literally,
banishing is a different one, but like the blinding smite, because it's. I mean,
blinding smite is like they're blinded for the duration. It's like it's another way, because again, when a creature is blind, that could be like an incredibly detrimental effect to have on them. And they can try to make the save, of course, but it is also just like, if you're saving, if your DC is super high,
but like blindness and deafness isn't a concentration spell.
It's not?
No. Like, I feel like the smite spell is the reason I don't use them that often. Is like, you look at just above Stone Skin is staggering smite. The next time you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration, your weapon pierces both body and mind. The attack deals extra 4d6 psychic damage to the target. The target must make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. It has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. To me, I want like that. I don't need. It doesn't need to be concentration. If for banishing smite, yeah, you're keeping something out. But
Yeah, like I said, I agree. Staggering smite doesn't have any reason to be
most of the smite
concentration.
spells, they don't need to be
Like
concentration
there are plenty of them. I think there are some of them that do like, you know, like I think what is it, searing smite, where they continuously
It's just
take
some
like fire
damage.
damage. Again, I feel like the ones that deal or inflict a continuous effect should be concentration for the reasons that we just gave earlier. But I also agree that I feel like there are plenty that literally the effect is essentially instantaneous. It happens for like one round. There's no reason for that spell to be concentration. But I guess the reason their logic was like, well, the other smites that do have continuous effects are concentration. So let's just make all of them concentration.
Yeah.
Which is like, again, doesn't really make sense to me either. I think it's kind of dumb. Or at the very least, I feel like maybe instead of concentration, they should just make it there all the effects happen for a full minute. That's it. And the creature that's inflicted with them can just make continuous saves to get rid of the effect. I think that would be better than concentration as well. But we'll go ahead. We'll move on to we're gonna talk about one more kind of detrimental one for fourth, and then we'll move on to fifth level spells. Here's one that I kind of want to talk about here because it's an interesting one. It also kind of ties into at this level, one of probably the most prominent aspects of fourth level for a lot of play, which is essentially the ability now to conjure creatures. But this one is a little bit different. In fact, that it doesn't actually conjure creatures, it transmutates them. And I'm talking about the spell Giant Insect. Giant Insect. It is a fourth level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 action, a range of 30 feet, verbal somatic components, and it is a concentration spell of 10 minutes. So, the spell works as such. You transform up to 10 centipedes, 3 spiders, 5 wasps, or 1 scorpion within range into giant versions of their natural forms for the duration. A centipede becomes a giant centipede, a spider becomes a giant spider, a wasp becomes a giant wasp, you get it. Each creature obeys your verbal commands, and in combat, they act on your turn each round. The GM has statistics for these creatures and resolves their actions and movement. A creature remains in its giant size for the duration until it drops to 0 hit points or until you use an action to dismiss the effect on it. The GM might also allow you to choose different targets. For example, if you transform a bee, its giant version might have the same statistics as a giant wasp. So, only druids apparently get access to this spell, just baseline. Now, this spell, like, once more, fourth level spells, one of the biggest aspects of it is the introduction of, like, mass conjuration of creatures, right? Conjure animals, woodland beings, all of that. Like, those spells absolutely bust and destroy the game most of the time because, like me and Sam always say, action economy. There's so many more creatures now that are on your side that can just dogpile, even if they're relatively weak creatures, potentially. This spell, however, is compared to those far more lackluster, I would say, because it is highly dependent on you just need to have these creatures on hand or somewhere to actually use this spell. So if you're not, like, for instance, in an environment that has insects, this spell is effectively worthless. It does nothing. And even with it, it's like, you know, you can transform to 10 centipedes. It's like that could be decent, but most giant versions of insects are
they're not very. A giant centipede has 4 hit points.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're all relatively weak. Like they're not probably really gonna do very much, especially at this level of play.
Yeah, you have to use spiders and scorpions. 7.
Like this is again, this spell will be far better as a second level spell. Like
I'd say this could be third.
I would still even say second level because again, it's super dependent on the environment you're in. For one, it's a concentration spell up to 10 minutes, which is, I guess, decent, but still. And on top of that, most of these creatures are, like, again, higher than second level, aren't really gonna do much to anything that you're fighting or whatever. Like it's just there's far too many caveats and far too many restrictions and aspects of it that just make it not great. Like, again, you got a giant scorpion, right? Giant scorpion is like, it's decent.
The only good one is to do 3 giant spiders, have them all web.
Yeah, like
that's all it is.
Yeah, like giant spiders are pretty decent. They've got, decent hit points, okay armor class, okay attacks and everything. They have poison, blind sight, dark vision. but it's just like it's incredibly lackluster and incredibly situational, and just not for a
I could
fourth
see
level spell.
if you want to just make a bunch of giant wasps, so then you can all just ride giant wasps. That'd be fun.
You could maybe do that.
Five
What size?
wasps?
No, giant wasps are medium creatures. So even then, it's like it would
I
still
think
be at like half speed to ride them.
but that's still flying at least.
Yeah, but you're only flying like 25 feet, and again at level 7, you have way better ways of probably being able to fly.
I guess you could just do 3 spiders and ride the spiders up walls.
Yeah, I mean that would probably be more helpful than, because I think giant spiders, I believe, are large, or maybe they're just
No, they're large.
Even like that would probably be far more helpful than having wasp or like a giant scorpion or giant.
Just make the wasps large. Just make them all large. I don't understand why you'd have a medium creature.
Yeah,
It just
they don't pack enough punch. And even giant centipedes are still small beasts. Like that's freaking crazy. Like it's just they're this spell, again, same thing for basically every other reason that we've given for every other spell, is the same thing. It's lackluster for a 4th level spell. Even when you use it, it's not really going to give you much, especially compared to every other like summoning 4th level spell. It's like, again, you got conjure animals, conjure woodland beings,
elementals, demons,
conjure greater demon, or summon greater demon or whatever. Like even that, like all of those are just gonna be far better than that. There's just no reason to take that spell ever.
Summon construct. Like there's just other summon aberration, elemental.
There's no reason to take that spell at this level when you have access to so many other better ones overall. But yeah, overall, I would say that is me and Sam's take on 4th level spells specifically. Why don't we go ahead and switch over to 5th level now, bud? Now, 5th level spells are, again, when things kind of like, I wouldn't necessarily say that they drop off a bit, but they're not quite as prominent in a lot of ways as, 3rd or 4th or from that point beyond either. Like they're just not. There are a few that are like super applicable, and then most of the rest are kind of just for a lot of it. For me, let's see what are some 5th level spells that I particularly love. Ooh, here's one that I think is one of my all-time favorites. It is a relatively new spell from Treasury of Dragons, Fizban's Treasury of Dragons, and that spell is Rary's Telepathic Bond. This spell is fantastic. I love this spell so much. I literally use it every day in my campaign with my friends as my wizard. At this point, we've used it so much that it is just expected that we will just have it up. Anytime that we have finally reassembled, got back together, we're out. It's just up and active. It is a 5th level divination spell with a casting time of 1 action. However, it is also a ritual spell. It has a range of 30 feet and it lasts for 1 hour. It has verbal, somatic, and material components. You forge a telepathic link among up to 8 willing creatures of your choice within range, psychically linking each creature to all the others for the duration. Creatures with intelligence scores of 2 or less are not affected by this spell. Until the spell ends, the target can communicate telepathically through the bond whether or not they have a common language. The communication is possible over any distance, though it can extend into other planes of existence. That's incredible. You guys, there are a few spells. There are a lot of spells, and a lot of abilities and features that allow a creature to communicate telepathically, but there are a few that allow you to literally like sync and link up everybody to each other directly, especially as well getting over any language barrier or gap. And couple that with the fact that this is a ritual spell. You don't even have to use a spell slot for this. If you don't want to, you can just cast it as a ritual without a spell slot, taking 10 minutes, but still 10 minutes, and you have an hour duration at any distance as long as you're on the same plane of existence. That's incredible. I love this spell so much. Like it's It is absolutely one of my all-time favorites. Telepathic Bond. You literally use it every single day that we play this very, very beloved campaign, and all the player, all like I'm also playing it, and we're all literally just like we just expect that it's up because it's just so great. It's so convenient. It's amazing. What you got, Sammy?
Yeah, so there's a couple on here that I really like. One I do want to bring up that is a really good spell, depending on how you use it or who you can kind of get access to it with, is Swift Quiver. And this is a little gamey.
I like Swift Quiver.
It's a little bit gamey. It's the the Swift Quiver Bard. So for context,
the normal Ranger does great with this though. Like
yeah, but again, Bard can be a better Ranger than Ranger. But it's a 5th level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 bonus action, a concentration of 1 minute. You transmute your quiver so it produces an endless supply of non-magical ammunition, which seems to leap into your hand when you reach for it. On each of your turn until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to make 2 attacks with a weapon that uses ammunition from the quiver. Each time you make such a ranged attack, your quiver magically replaces the piece of ammunition you use with a similar piece of non-magical ammunition. Any pieces of ammunition created by this spell disintegrate when the spell ends. If the quiver leaves your possession, the spell ends. So there is a debated topic on whether or not you can use firearms with this. I personally allow it.
I don't see why not. I was thinking the exact thing. You literally have like a quiver with some bullets in it. It's just
you just have pouches on the side. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I feel like this could technically qualify for like a pouch. Like I don't know why. I don't think it has to be like a specific like a long arrow quiver. You know what I mean? Like I think if you could have like crossbow bolts in a quiver,
by definition, if you had the special quiver, the enchanted magic quiver that can hold javelins, Swift Quiver could technically be a javelin quiver. So, I mean, I'd let that happen. Most people wouldn't, but the fact is that it allows you to use your bonus action to make more attacks. And
that's
awesome. You can in melee with dual wielding, you can make extra attacks at a range. Usually, with ranged combat, especially if it's long range, you don't have the opportunity to use your bonus action to make attacks. So being able to either, as a bard or a ranger, cast a spell and attack twice, or as a bard specifically, cast a really good spell and still attack twice, or attack 4 times a turn. I mean, that's good. That's really good. And you end up becoming like a pretty much a kind of a machine gun of sorts. If you can get someone to cast haste on you, you can attack 5 times a turn.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I feel like this works even better though as the ranger, because ranger automatically, unless you take a specific bard subclass,
that's Valor Bard.
Yeah, or a ranger has the multi attack, but with Valor Bard, or College of Swords or whatever I think too. It's like you can just literally become like a repeater arrow.
Yeah, the reason
Archer.
Valor Bard it's able to use this spell more often, and
that's true.
It has access to other spells that it can use along with this. It's a good spell.
Actually, I was gonna say, unfortunately, with Ranger, it has other spells, but they're also concentration, so it wouldn't work with it.
Yeah. Whereas Bard, you have options, and it's a good spell if you can build into it and like you look at this as this is my goal to get this. It's not, there's some on here that are good, I think, with whoever can take them, but this is one that I love personally that I haven't had a chance to really use yet. Because my characters either die too quickly or last way too long and then I'm playing the wrong one. So do you have another one you have ready?
Yeah, like I got another one that I like, that I think, like, honestly, if you have access to it, it's always really great fun. I like spells that also allow you to like get more information, especially if it doesn't necessarily have to be like at a cost of like a slot. And this particular spell is also really great for that. And a lot of classes actually have access to it, and it's known as Commune with Nature. Love this spell. This spell again provides you great information with a relatively fair, I'd say, extent and power. So essentially, it is a 5th level divination spell, another divination spell, with a casting time of 1 minute. However, it is also a ritual spell. It has verbal and somatic components. With this spell, you briefly become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge of the land within 3 miles of you. In caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is limited to 300 feet. The spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by construction, such as in dungeons and towns. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. 1, terrain and bodies of water. 2, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples. 3, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead. 4, influence from other planes of existence. And 5, buildings, which seems kind of go fly in the face of their previous thing that it has no function where it's been replaced by construction, but whatever. For example, you could determine the location of powerful undead in the area, the location of major sources of safe drinking water, and the location of any nearby towns. Like, that's great.
That's
like,
what that last one's used for.
Once again, I have used this spell like tons in a campaign as a druid. Like, this was one of my go-to spells. And again, the fact that it is ritual, like I feel like they should make so many more spells ritual spells. Like, it annoys me how so few spells are truly ritual, even though I feel like they should be. Like, it's like, give spellcasters a little bit more ability to not necessarily have to constantly use up all of their resources for what in effect is just like,
I feel like some of the summoning spells,
information. You know what I mean?
Those summoning spells that are like an hour.
Yeah.
Why can't it be a ritual? In fact, it feels
point,
like you're already doing a ritual.
Yeah. At that point, there's no point not to make it a ritual spell. It's like, oh, once again, same thing for like, for Find Familiar. I think Find Familiar is a ritual for like for wizards, but for anybody else, it's not, even though it's like you can just make it a ritual spell. Like just make it a ritual spell. And I also feel like certain spells, instead of it being like, oh, classes have the ritual tag to them, every spellcasting class really has. Like, that's the biggest thing about sorcerers. They have no ability to ritual cast anything. But yeah, with commune with nature, the fact again, and one thing I will clarify too is I don't think we've ever really played ever with the spell doesn't function where nature is replaced by construction, such as in dungeons and towns. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. That seems dumb, because it's also, they literally give you the ability to be like, hey, you can gain knowledge about buildings. Like, how does that then apply? Like, I feel like they literally just contradicted themselves here big time with that. But either way, this spell is amazing because it gives you like so much potential information. And obviously, you might have to talk with your DM to be clear on exactly like how much or what type of information that you technically glean based off of it. But for me, it's like, yo, if you get literally like terrain and bodies of water, I view this spell almost similar to like in Avatar, how like Aang and Toph have their like echolocation thing with their earth bending on the ground, where you like see it all and just like it's like laid out. Like, I view it kind of like that, where you like can just see and feel shit all around you within a 3-mile radius, and it like literally like just maps everything out. Like, oh, you want prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples. Well, you notice that there is this, this tribe of centaurs that's roaming about in this area, or you notice that this Venus flytrap is carnivorous and is a dangerous creature entity or whatever. Locating powerful celestial fae, fiends, elementals, or undead. You can just find and locate those things. It's like almost a more powerful version of the paladin's divine sense. It's just farther out, and you get more stuff. Like, and I guess another caveat, some people might be like, you would gain 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects. So you can say like, I get 3 facts about terrain, bodies of water. But I like to think of it as like, you can either get 3 facts about one of these things, or you get facts about 3 of these things. So I mean, like,
we always did it where you could just pick 3 general facts that are within those stipulations.
It's like, what do you want to know about terrain, prevalent animal, prevalent whatever, powerful celestials, or whatever. Or it can be like, can you tell me more about this thing? Like, it's a fantastic spell. Honestly, I would say applicable once again to almost any situation, environment, or scenario that you're in. If you're just looking to get like a little bit more information to be able to plan ahead of time and strategize, like it's great. I love it. What about you, Sammy? Any other spells that you like and want to try to highlight for 5th level, or you want to get into some that are kind of yeah?
Um, I do want to touch on a spell that I personally hold a lot of kind of stake in, especially at this point in the game.
Sure.
Which is the first spell that you gain access to that allows you to bring somebody back from the dead, even if they don't have a complete figure, which is reincarnate.
Reincarnate.
So it's a 5th level transmutation spell. It takes an hour to cast. You touch a dead humanoid or piece of a dead humanoid, provided that the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. The spell forms a new adult body for it and then calls the soul to enter that body. If the target soul isn't free or willing to do so, the spell fails. The magic fashions a new body for the creature to inhabit, which likely causes the creature's race to change. The GM rolls a D100 and consults the following table to determine what form the creature takes when it's restored to life. Or the GM chooses a form. Now, the spell is so old that it is not updated with all the different races. So you will have to do your work on that one. But
it's a fun one. It's
the thing is, you retain all your capabilities, all of your class stuff and everything. The only thing that can change is your racial traits.
Yeah.
And it does cost gold, cost 1,000 gold in materials, but it is the first spell that I think for a while you have access to bring back one of your party members or someone in your campaign when you don't have a complete body. And some people may say, well, what do you mean? Like, that's not a big deal. You know, there's a lot of ways that you can die in D&D where there's not anything left of you.
Oh, yeah.
You can reincarnate someone from ashes.
Oh, yeah, you just need a piece of a dead humanoid.
Yeah, that could mean ashes. That could mean a lock of hair. That could mean a finger. And, like, if you have someone who can cast Gentle Repose to keep the body from decaying, 10 days becomes however many days you can cast Gentle Repose.
Yep.
Because that's what the spell does. Yep. And I mean, you could. It's just one of those things. It's a spell that people don't really put a lot of stake in the kind of reincarnating, revivifying, resurrection spells. This is one of the only ones. One that is from it's a druid spell only.
Yep.
I think it's the only one that druids really get access to until I think true reincarnation.
They don't get true reincarnate either.
I thought they did, but
no.
either way.
or not reincarnate. True resurrection is what you're talking.
Yeah,
about. Yeah. They don't get true resurrection. No, I don't even know if they get resurrection. Actually, I think they might now. They may have changed. Because I think just recently with
they do now.
Yeah. They didn't used to. It used to be that they only had reincarnate as their ability to revive people.
Yeah.
Now they have access to both revivify as well as resurrection. Do they have true resurrection too?
They have. Let's see.
Because I know that was one thing that was with druids. It was that was the thing that specifically clerics had over druids in terms of healing. It was they have revivify, they have resurrection and true resurrection, all of that. But druids specifically had reincarnate, whereas clerics did not have reincarnate.
So reincarnate is only druids.
Yeah.
True resurrect. Druids now have access to true resurrection.
Cool.
I don't think they get revivify. They do not get revivify.
Oh, I thought they got revivify. Okay.
No, and they also don't. They don't get any of the other ones. They get reincarnate.
Yeah, no, they don't get resurrection.
No, they get true. They get regenerate. They get true resurrection now, as opposed to.
I remember druids always had regenerate. They had reincarnate. I thought that they had given them revivify now, but maybe that's paladins that have revivify.
Yeah, paladins have it.
Yeah, okay.
But the reality is that it is a lot more versatile than some of the other life-giving spells. And obviously the exchange for that is the fact that you don't control what you come back as. A good DM will make that into something fun or make it themed. So maybe you come back as something that means something to your character, which is always an interesting way to do it. There's also newer, obviously, if you're not a shape changer. What's the weird one? A changeling.
Changeling.
That's when we had that happen where a changeling got reincarnated, and my DM, through the way he looked at it, he ruled like, yeah, he comes back, like his base changeling form is different, but he's still a changeling because they're a different kind of being altogether.
So he could
So
technically
like,
change back into his changeling form now.
he still has the ability to change, but his base form was altered.
Interesting.
So, because every changeling has like a base form, it's their most comfortable form aside from their like obviously a changeling form. So his base form was changed. He didn't know what it was until he became it, and that was like his new thing. But he kept his changeling abilities because changelings are intrinsically different. So if you have a DM who looks at your character and goes, I'm not going to screw this person over, like I'm not going to turn a barbarian who uses heavy weapons into a halfling.
Yeah.
Because that ruins the character. They can no longer use all of their weapons. I'm not going to do that to them.
I mean,
me personally, I won't. But you know, a lot of tables they'll leave it up to the dice. In my case, it was left up to the dice in one of my games where I was reincarnated.
I feel like for something like this, I don't think you should leave it up to the dice because it has the capacity to like ruin somebody's fun. And at the end of the day, that's the opposite of what you want to do. Like you want this to be something fun for the player, for the DM, for the group. Like it should be, and so I feel like it should be something that should be discussed with the DM because it does say specifically that the GM can choose the form themselves. It doesn't have to be the dice. You don't have to just determine it with a D100 roll. The GM themselves can choose it, and so I feel like it would be probably a good idea, the best idea, to discuss it with the player who's being reincarnated, to like talk to them about like, hey, what do you think would be a cool best way to like for this character that you would want to do that you would still have fun with? You know, it's because it's already worse enough that like the character died. And like on top of that, if it's like, oh, you're reincarnating them, and like, well, we're just gonna roll the dice and see what you get. You became now a human now, and you know you were like an astral elf before, and now you're a human. It's like, oh, well, that's
Well, for some people, that's you can use that as an existential crisis, and other people they'll just get mad and don't want to play. But you have to know like your players and know your game.
And I guess the other thing being like, yeah, oh well, I'll just kill myself and we'll reincarnate again. And like,
which I like as a DM, there's a cooldown. I'm not just gonna let you do that.
Yeah, no, and that's why again, that being the case, probably with this type of thing, you should always communicate, talk to your players, your DM about like what would be the best way to kind of proceed forward at this point.
Yeah, because remember, it has to be a willing soul, and if you throw yourself off a cliff so someone can reincarnate you, you're not a willing soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have some on here that are just not doing it for you?
Yeah. I think. Let's see. Like this isn't necessarily a bad one per se, but it's not great either. I feel it's kind of just like and I was gonna say the spell pass wall. Pass wall. It is a 5th level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 action, duration of 1 hour, and it has verbal, somatic, and material components. A range of 30 feet. A passage appears at a point of your choice that you can see on a wooden, plaster, or stone surface, such as a wall, a ceiling, or a floor, within range and lasts for the duration. You choose the opening's dimensions, up to 5 feet wide, 8 feet tall, and 20 feet deep. The passage creates no instability in the structure surrounding it. When the opening disappears, any creature or object still in the passage created by the spell are safely ejected to an unoccupied space nearest to the surface on which you cast the spell. So, like, this is one that I've looked at a couple of times, and where I've been like, this looks like it could be kind of really cool and interesting. But once again, I feel the issue with it being is that this is a 5th level spell. You're at 9th level at this point. I at times struggle to find a scenario or situation where this is truly applicable for the cost you're using it for. Like, yeah. I just don't really see like in what space or situation where it's like, hey, I can like conjure this hole now that can open up to help us escape or help us infiltrate a place.
It's only 20 feet deep.
Yeah, it's only 20 feet deep. It's 5 feet wide. 20 feet deep, and so it's like, only one person can move through it at a time, technically, or not at a time, but like, you can't have two people side by side in it.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's a cool concept. But once again, I feel like it would be way better as like a second level spell or
To
something.
me, if this was like, if I could make a little passageway and then close it off, like I could control it opening and closing, so I could create like a secret tunnel, this spell would be more applicable. But I don't. It's just not.
Or if you could, for instance, like because it says again when the passage creation, when the opening it says it basically disappears after the hour. So I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you could potentially like make a long tunnel if you had like enough 5th level spell slots. But the unfortunate thing being is that you're only at max going to have like 3. So
Yeah,
you
it just
could
doesn't. It just
you
doesn't
could
really
only
work.
at max create like a tunnel like 60 feet deep when you get up to like freaking 17th level or whatever. You know what I mean? Or I forget exactly when you get all 5 or 5th level slots. But either way, it's just not applicable enough to areas and locations that's worth the amount of resources you're expending for it. Like the fact that it's a 5th level spell, I feel like is just, it should be like 2nd, maybe 3rd level. Because at that point, at the very least, like you have more of those you can really spend and then potentially get back to make it more viable. Because otherwise, yeah, it's just like, and then it closes on top of that. Like it's not even permanent to the point where you want it to be. Like you said, I feel like maybe this would be a cool one to be concentration, because it's like you said, it could give you more like direct control over the tunnel, where it's like you can literally just make this as like you're moving, right? You're moving and you can literally just create like this long kind of tunnel or whatever as you are going, and it lasts for the hour where you can kind of just do this. But as it is, it just, yeah, for the spell slot cost, it's just not really viable in any situation at that time. There's just way more other things that are like, literally you can just use Dimension Door at that point. Like if you're trying to infiltrate a place, and maybe it could be protected from conjuration magic or teleportation, maybe, but even then, I don't think this would really apply. I don't know. I might just not be imaginative enough thinking like of where this would really work over most other things that you could use. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's one that I feel like is a bit lackluster. But again, I love the concept and I love the idea of being able to do it. But it's also like I feel like just using like mold earth continuously would work better, which is it's a cantrip spell. You can just literally like dig with earth as you just kind of move it around.
There's another spell. It's I'm finding it right now. I had it and then I lost it. Where is it? Come on. I had you, and then you're gone now. What was I looking at? Shoot. Oh, come on. Oh, skill empowerment.
Ooh, yeah, that's a bad one.
Yeah, again. So it's transmutation, 5th level, cast in time of an action, concentration
Yeah.
for an hour. Your magic deepens a creature's understanding of its own talent. You touch one willing creature and give it expertise in one skill of your choice. Until the spell ends, the creature doubles its proficiency bonus for ability checks it makes that use the chosen skill. You must choose a skill in which the target is proficient and that isn't already benefiting from an effect such as expertise that doubles its proficiency bonus. Now, why is this a 5th level spell? Why is it a 5th level spell, Adam?
I don't
Can
know.
you tell me
Sam.
why it's a 5th level spell?
I don't know, Sam. I don't know why.
I like the idea of making people better at stuff. I like being a buff wizard or a buff caster. It's fun. It makes other people feel like they're really good at the game, and I like that because I already play the game, and you can do this to people who don't play it as often, and they feel good about it. But no offense, how you're going to be casting this on people most likely that are already skill based, right? Would be how I would use it is to make someone even better at what they're already good at.
I mean,
those people already have expertise. If you're like me and if you're building a skill monkey character, you already have expertise.
Well, that, but also, I mean, like, again, I think at most, depending on obviously what you choose, you can have expertise and maybe up to max 6 skills, depending on like if you go into like a multi-class with rogue and bard,
and you take a feat.
Yeah, and you take a feat, but like it's,
But that's a lot of
with
skills.
this, it specifically says you have to choose a skill in which the target is already proficient, but isn't already benefiting from an effect such as expertise that already doubles its proficiency bonus. So it's like it's even more restrictive, and then it's like, oh, so I can't even make a person proficient in a skill that they might be bad at to then help, compensate or buff that. They already have to basically be kind of good in it for it to then be double, which makes it even worse. On top of the fact that it's also concentration for some weird, dumb reason.
Yeah.
That just makes it even worse. Again, we keep saying this, right, guys? Where it's like they have all these spells that are concentration for no reason. You could just, I think there is a literal spell, or maybe just an ability that's like you just get, enhanced, you get proficiency or whatever in things for an hour. Like, I think there are items that do that and don't require concentration. Why does this spell, that's like Sam just said, a 5th level spell also have to be concentration? You're already spending a 5th level spell slot. Why does this all, yeah, no, this is pretty bad. This is always, I've looked at this a number of times and it's always just been bad. Like, it's just like I said, with Pass Wall, at least Pass Wall isn't concentration. Honestly, if it was concentration, it might even be better. But like this, like there's no reason for it to be a 5th level spell. There's no reason for it to be concentration. It's and the fact that you can't choose a skill that you aren't proficient with to bolster is just ridiculous. That is so bad. Yeah.
Wow. I don't really have many like other straight up terrible spells here.
No, like I don't think, again, I feel like
because a lot of 5th level spells are just kind of
that's
but
what
they're
I'm
not
saying.
bad.
Like,
they're just
all of them.
not...
One that I will also touch upon that I would also say is the one that I would really like to like, and I really want it to be cool, but where again, same thing, is like it just doesn't really measure up to I think the cost and its restrictions, is the spell Tree Stride. Tree Stride is a 5th level conjuration spell. Druids, Rangers, Nature Domain Clerics, Circle of the Land, and Oath of the Ancients can all use this spell. It is a 5th level conjuration, casting time of 1 action. The ranger's self. It has verbal and somatic components, and it's a concentration spell with the duration of 1 minute. You gain the ability to enter a tree and move from inside it to inside another tree of the same kind within 500 feet. Both trees must be living and at least the same size as you. You must use 5 feet of movement to enter a tree. You instantly know the location of all other trees of the same kind within 500 feet, and as part of the move, you can enter the tree, can either pass into one of those trees or step out of the tree you're in. You appear in a spot of your choice within 5 feet of the destination tree using 5 feet of movement. If you have no movement left, you appear within 5 feet of the tree you entered. You can use a transportation ability once per round. For the duration, you must end each turn outside a tree.
I mean, I like this spell. Obviously it's situational.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm gonna get into. Is like I love this spell. I love the concept of this spell. Like, and again, in a forest, I think this spell would be phenomenal because it's concentration. You can do it. It takes an action, but once you activate it, you just takes 5 feet of movement to go into a tree, and then to kind of step out. Like, it gives you incredible environmental and like advantages and positioning. That's the word I was looking for. Positioning, and even just like movement, being like it's essentially a continuous dimension door, and that's great, except for the fact that it is a 5th level slot and it is concentration. And the thing being is that it is unfortunately highly situational. The moment you are outside of a forest with any real trees that are, 1, big enough to hold you, and 2, alive, like, it becomes completely useless. It has no application. And it's again, the problem being 2, 5th level slot, concentration, like it's got to be something that's like far more applicable and diverse if you're going to be using that at this level. Like, it's just like, you take this level again, you get 9th level and you take this spell, or even like you get your 2nd level slot, you take the spells. Like, again, I had this as my druid, And luckily, like I was able to use it a couple of times because I was a forest druid and we had deliberately like forest areas that were very prominent in the campaign. But there are also many other areas where there wasn't. Like even if you're in a city, like it's like maybe you can find another tree in the city that's big enough, also alive within 500 feet of the one that you entered. Maybe, but it's just like again, I love what it can do when it is applicable. My biggest thing is the fact that it is a 5th level concentration spell that has such a restrictive like necessary aspect to it, whereas you basically have to be in a forest, and if you're not in a forest, it's essentially useless. There is no actual real use for it. But yeah, I think that's probably the last one that I really care to touch upon myself, at least in terms of ones that I dislike. We can do some honorable mentions of some great 5th level spells, like scrying. Scrying is a great 5th level spell. Modify memory is a fun one. That's always a fun, interesting one. You can do a lot of cool, funny shenanigans with that. Steel Wind Strike is fun. Synaptic Static is great.
I do want to mention, just don't take the creation spell.
Yeah, no.
It's useless.
Creation is not good. If it's what I think it is. People whiffs of shadow material from the Shadowfell to create a non-living object of vegetable matter within range. Soft goods, rope, wood, or something similar. Can also use the spell to create mineral objects to stone, crystal, or metal. The object created must be no larger than 5 foot cube, and the object must be a form and material that you have seen before. Okay. Well, I mean, I get you can create adamantine or mithril, I guess.
For a minute, and then what do you use it for?
Yeah. Using immaterial gravity spells and other spells here can cause that spell to fail.
It just I don't get it. I don't know what this spell is supposed to be used for.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're supposed to do with it. If someone could show me the stupid shit you could do with this spell that make it viable, then feel free. But I cannot for the life of me figure out what the hell I'm supposed to use it for. I guess I can make rope. Okay. Sure, that sounds great. I'll just make a bunch of rope for a 5th level spell. We can fly. Why do I need rope? I don't understand this spell.
Mineral subjects, the object created. Duration depends on the object's material. That's just bad. That just doesn't. None of this makes sense. Like, why create it for it to just go away? Like, what? Let's go to 6th level spells. With that, let's move on to 6th level spells.
Did it hurt your brain a little?
No, it may hurt my heart. It made me sad. It made me sad to see. It's
a sad spell. It's so sad.
Oh, jeez. Okay. 6th level. This is again, we're back. We're back with things getting fun, interesting, and quite frankly, deadly. Like this is the beginning where you start to feel like a demigod. This is like your first steps here. And I don't know about you, Sammy, but I have a particular one that I would love to kick this off on. It's one of my all-time favorite spells. I love it so much every time I get a chance to use it. And that spell, my friends, is known as disintegrate. Oh, you gotta love this spell. This, similarly to Fireball, this spell is like the quintessential, like, you are like, finish your move, you are dead now kind of thing, right? This is a 6th level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 action, a range of 60 feet, verbal, somatic, and material components. Its duration is instantaneous. It is a thin green ray that springs from your pointing finger. Personally, I think you can change the color flavor to whatever you want it to be, but canonically is a thin green ray springs from your pointing finger to a target that you can see within range. The target can be a creature, an object, or a creation of magical force, such as the wall created by Wall of Force. A creature targeted by this spell must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes 10d6 plus 40 points of force damage. The target is disintegrated if this damage leaves it with 0 hit points. That means you're gone. You're donezo. Ash, dust, no saves, no death saving throws for you. You're out. A disintegrated creature and everything it is wearing and carrying, except magic items, are reduced to a pile of fine gray dust. The creature can be restored to life only by means of a true resurrection or a wish spell. No revivify, no reincarnate, no resurrection, only 9th level shit for this, my friends. This spell automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or creation of magical force. If the target is a huge or larger object or creation of force, this spell disintegrates a 10-foot cube portion of it. A magic item is unaffected by this spell. And at higher levels, when you cast this spell using a slot of 7th level or higher, the damage increases by 3d6 for each slot level above 6th. Bro, that is insane. This spell, man, this spell, and what's great is that, like, initially it looks like it's a single target damaging spell, but it's like, no, you could actually use it much more utility based than you might initially think. You can just cut, like, you can start to disintegrate and cut through walls. You can cut through ground, earth, anything, except that's like a magical item. But other than that, it's like you can just start literally carving out like stuff in fine detail with this spell if you want.
I mean, it's one of those things you hit somebody and they're just gone.
They're gone. Like, it's one of the few spells where you're just like, you are dead. Like, especially if it's an enemy monster that you, like a beholder or a lich or like a spell like you when you get a disintegrate fired at you. That is one of the few spells or attacks in this game where you as a player like, oh god, like if you don't make this save, it's over. You're gone. Like, I love it. I love it so much, man. And when you use it, it makes you feel super powerful too. Like, it's one of those spells where you're just like, this is a finisher move. Because again, take specific focus on the thing. This is a save or suck spell. So like if you target an enemy with it, they either fail to save and take all that sweet force damage, or they take nothing. Which again, in my opinion, I think is fair. It does mean you have to be a little bit more strategic with it. You have to use it, especially against like an enemy that has like legendary resistances. You got to burn those like this. This is absolutely a finisher spell. After you have gone through the fights, you've gone through like the gauntlet to kind of wear them out. It's like this is the thing you cast to take them out for the final hurrah. And it shows so well. It's great. It's absolutely amazing. What about you, bud? What's one of your favorites for 6th level?
Yeah, I went the complete opposite direction in terms of what you use the spell for. I have transport via plants.
Nice. That's a great one.
I love this one. 6th level conjuration, casting time of an action. Its duration is 1 round. The spell creates a magical link between a large or larger inanimate plant within range and another plant at any distance on the same plane of existence. You must have seen or touched the destination plant at least once before. For the duration, any creature can step into the target plant and exit from the destination plant by using 5 feet of movement. It's essentially the druid's version of teleportation circle, except you're not bound by teleportation circles. You just have to find a tree, and
you just have to have seen a tree,
a big enough tree to transport through. And it's fun because if you know you're going to get this spell later in levels,
I mean, as a druid, you always should.
All you
There's
do,
no reason not to.
All you do as a druid is you mark down important tree locations, and then piss your DM off when you can cast 6th level spells, and you can be anywhere in the world that you've been to. It's fun because you can also technically scry on people.
Oh yeah, I know.
And see a tree that's near their scry and transport to it.
We've done that many times in our campaign too, yeah.
Which is a little gamey, but I've used it before.
You can cast clairvoyance on a location and just see a tree. Like it is such an amazing spell. Again, like that was one thing I was gonna say. Like, unlike its predecessor in a way, Tree Stride, this is just applicable anywhere. Like, you can almost always find at least some kind of like vegetation that's big enough for you to move through to then go somewhere else. Like
mean,
even
there's
in
also
frozen tundra areas.
yeah, there's still trees. My favorite thing is it doesn't designate tree; it designates a
Exactly.
large plant.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
say
It's
you're
a
in the
plant.
Feywild. Say you're in the Feywild, for example. You've been there once before. You have like say there's a city or a place there that you
Yeah.
know of. You remember that tree. No matter where you end up in the Feywild, you can get
Yeah.
back there, and
You go back there. You
it's
could
nice.
literally you could go underwater. If there's a big enough seaweed plant or a big enough
Yeah,
fauna plant, you could just literally teleport leagues beneath the sea, just instantly popping out.
yeah,
Like I
it's
love that
fun.
spell. Love it. Love it.
I do want to honorable mention because I won't talk about it too much, but it's a word of recall.
Whatever calls nice too. It is.
It's a cleric spell. They don't get a lot of teleportation at all, really. So this is sixth
Yeah.
level conjuration spell, cast time of an action. You and up to 5 willing creatures within 5 feet of you instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary. You and any creatures that teleport with you appear in the nearest unoccupied space to the spot you designated when you prepared your sanctuary. If you cast this spell without first preparing a sanctuary, the spell has no effect. You must designate a sanctuary by casting this spell within a location, such as a temple dedicated to or strongly linked to your deity. If you attempt to cast this spell in the manner and in an area that isn't dedicated to your deity, the spell has no effect. Now, there are heavy limitations on that, obviously. But to me, depending on the god that you choose and depending on if your DM actually gives a shit about how the Pantheon works, temples are not the only things that have connections to deities.
No.
And
I think shrines or even just places or areas of power.
I mean, you look at just like if there's just an area with where the ley lines of magic are high, and you say you believe in Coralon, like sure, fuck it. Like if it's something like if I think it's a reasonable, thing as a DM to figure that out, you can always commune with your god, which is another spell you get at high
why can't
level.
you just do it like a sanctuary? If it's a sanctuary like of your deity or whatever, I don't see any reason why you can't go back there. It's
and
effectively exactly the same thing.
Also, there's no limit on what plane of existence this sanctuary exists on.
Yeah.
Which means if you are maybe a more unsavory type and you believe in some of the more unsavory gods, that means you can teleport to sanctuaries on other planes of existence.
You could teleport to like Avernus with
something in the Nine Hells with
you could go to
or
Bane's like his Black Watch or whatever the heck it's
called.
I
mean, there's a lot less limitation than I think people realize with this spell. Obviously, it's to those places. You can't, but there's also you can have more than one sanctuary.
No,
if you have some setup time as a cleric, you have some downtime. Clerics have a lot of crazy spells that take a long time to come into effect.
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing we were talking about where it's like,
oh man, but this is one that I'd put on like an evil cleric, like a lich or something where they have cleric
absolutely.
Spells.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, they'd go work. I mean, imagine
that's their panic button, dude.
They've had thousands of years to designate sanctuaries all over the world.
Yeah,
and fuck, I mean,
yeah,
sounds fucking awesome.
It's a great spell. Honestly, again, movement is great. And I was actually going to touch on another spell that I particularly love quite a bit. Honestly, a lot of the ones we've been talking about have been druid based too. And this is another purely druid spell. And that spell is known as Windwalk. Windwalk is great. I use this spell once again to just agonizing amounts and effects to my DM when I played my druid. It is a 6th level transmutation spell with a casting time of 1 minute, range of 30 feet. It has verbal, somatic, and material components, and it's got a duration of 8 hours. However, it's not concentration, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a concentration spell. And this spell, you and up to 10 willing creatures you can see within range assume a gaseous form for the duration, appearing as wisps of cloud. While in this cloud form, a creature has a flying speed of 300 feet and has resistance to damage from non-magical weapons. The only actions a creature can take in this form are the dash action or to revert to its normal form. Reverting takes 1 minute, during which time the creature is incapacitated and can't move. Until the spell ends, a creature can revert to cloud form, which also requires the 1 minute transformation. If a creature is in cloud form and flying when the effect ends, the creature descends 60 feet per round for 1 minute until it lands, which it does safely. If it can't land after 1 minute, the creature falls the remaining distance. This spell is bonkers. The fact that you can, again, without concentration for 8 hours, it takes a minute to turn into your gaseous form, but once you do, you can move 600 feet for 6 seconds. you can cover so much ground. It's ridiculous. Like, we use this to such amazing effect in our campaign. And like, I this all the time. And you can just cast this, and people are just moving and zooming all over the world, even without transport via plants or or plant stride or tree stride. It's great. I love it so much. Just as, again, an honorable mention for some more movement and the like.
Let's see here. There's a
Cool thing,
couple.
you're basically invisible too. That's another thing too. You're gaseous. People don't notice you. You're effectively invisible. So you get, at the very least, advantage on stealth, if not just people being unable to really see you anyways. Love that spell. Let's see. Honorable mention, Chain Lightning. That's another fun one. It's iconic. Everybody knows. Everybody's probably, at the very least, if you have any background in fantasy, has heard the phrase Chain Lightning somewhere. Fantastic spell. Evocation, 6th level. It has a range of 150 feet. Create a bolt of lightning that arcs toward a target of your choice you can see within range. 3 bolts then leap from that target to as many as 3 other targets, each of which must be within 30 feet of the first target. A target can be a creature or an object and can be targeted by only one of the bolts. They must make dexterity saves, and they take 10d8 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. And after you upcast it, as an upcastable spell, for every level slot above 6th level, you can attack 1 additional creature with a new bolt. So at 9th level, you can I believe that's 6. You can attack 6 separate creatures. 7 total, technically, but 6 additional bolts. Fantastic spell. You gotta love it.
I do want to touch on interesting spell. I don't think it's necessarily the best, but the spell Contingency.
Contingency is really cool. I love Contingency too.
It's a 6th level spell, evocation, takes 10 minutes to cast, and it has a duration of 10 days. Choose a spell of 5th level or lower that you can cast. That has a casting time of 1 action, and that can target you. You can cast the spell called the Contingent spell as part of casting Contingency, expending spell slots for both. But the Contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain circumstance occurs. You describe that circumstance when you cast the 2 spells. For example, a Contingency cast with water breathing might stipulate that water breathing comes into effect when you are engulfed in water or a similar liquid. The Contingent spell takes effect immediately after the circumstance is met for the first time, whether or not you want it to. And then Contingency ends. The Contingency spell takes effect only on you, even if it can normally target others. You can use only 1 Contingency spell at a time. If you cast a spell again, the effect of another Contingency spell on you ends. Also, Contingency ends on you if its material component is not on your person. Being a statuette of yourself carved from ivory and decorated with gems worth at least 1,500 gold. Obviously, at this point in the game, you can get stuff like that. It doesn't use the gold. It doesn't use it up. You just have to have it.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one, just because I love the idea of having like a spell in your back pocket that you cast last week.
Oh yeah. Or years ago, maybe.
Well, this is only 10 days.
Okay, 10 days. But yeah, fair. But like, it's still just like, it's what I love is literally the spell itself is it's a contingency. It's literally like, oh, you're paranoid, or you're just like, maybe something's gonna happen, and you've like cast, like, again, the spell teleportation in it, right? Or like the spell, or even dimension door, or even the spell revivify, and you just have that ready and prepared on you in case, like, your health drops to a certain.
I don't think you can do revivify on yourself through Contingency.
Why not?
Because if you go down, you can't cast spells.
I thought it just goes off once a certain thing has happened.
Let's see.
Like, is it specifically that you cast this spell, or is it that like the spell takes effect and
it is still considered a cast?
Okay, gotcha.
The only difference is that it doesn't affect your action economy because it just happens, but you still have to be able to cast spells. So like being conscious.
Does it take a spell slot then?
Yes, well? You use both spell slots when you cast Contingency in the first place.
When it activates, though, it doesn't take a spell slot at that point. Perfect.
Hence why it doesn't take up your action economy.
Yeah, so then you cast heal on yourself then.
Yeah, that would be a better one. Although this is only wizards.
Get a heal
so
in there.
I don't you'd have to get good wizard spells. I'm trying to think of what wizard spells you could use this on. It's just for me, it's not the best spell, but just the idea behind having a spell in your back pocket.
No,
Well, that's like you get thrown out of a building. Well, I just cast fly.
Or feather fall. Yeah, you could cast fly. It could be feather fall. It could be there are all kinds of amazing, like again, literal little contingencies that you can just have in place. Like it's a great spell that gives like a little bit more flexibility and just like a cool, even more so just those cool role play narrative moments where it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, I'm about to die. My health like gets to like below 10 hit points, and then oh, heal goes off, or oh, teleport goes off and I just teleport someplace, or oh, like because you don't.
It's wizard spells, so like you could have teleportation circle can go off.
Yeah, well, teleportation circle will take a minute, so teleport itself would probably be better. Dimension door would be great.
Teleport is what if teleport's not? It has to be a 5th level or lower.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the only problem. But there's a couple like having mislead come off.
Yeah, mislead, greater invisibility, misty step.
It's just a wall of force.
Wall of force would be great. What is it? Resilient sphere would be hilarious.
There's a number.
What about tiny hut? Would tiny hut be able to work?
It is tiny hut in action.
Yeah.
Then yes. Oh no, it has to be able to target someone. That's the only problem.
Well, I thought technically it targets. Does tiny hut not target? I wonder, because it's like it's focused on you, and if you go out of the tiny hut, it goes away. But you're
not casting it on yourself. That is the only problem. Yeah. I mean, you could have it a polymorph. You could have. I mean, there's a couple on here. It'd be fun. And like, would it be the greatest? No, but
I think it could be cool. Let's see. What are some? What's another particular leaf? We'll do one more cool one that we like, and then we'll go into some ones that we don't really like. Ooh, here's always a huge, super fun one that everybody's gotta love. This can only be done by bards, also, but now wizards most recently. And this is Otto's Irresistible Dance. This is a great one. Gotta love this spell because literally it's in the title and the name itself. But let's get into it. It's a 6th level enchantment spell, casting time of 1 action, a range of 30 feet, and it is only verbal components. It is a concentration spell with a duration of 1 minute. Choose one creature that you can see within range. The target becomes begins a comic dance in place, shuffling, tapping its feet, and capering for the duration. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this spell. However, a dancing creature must use all its movement to dance without leaving its space and has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws and attack rolls. While the target is affected by this spell, other creatures have advantage on attack rolls against it. As an action, a dancing creature makes a wisdom saving throw to regain control of itself. On a successful save, the spell ends. Now, again, take specific note that there is no save for this initially. You just make a person do this, as is in the name, irresistible dance. It is irresistible. So at the very least, you will always get at least one round where the enemy is doing this. And then at that, they have to then use an action to then attempt to get out of the effect. That's amazing. There's so few spells that are like, oh, hey, not only do you just take effect immediately, but you then now also have to use up your action economy to resist the effect. So he can't move. He has disadvantage on dex and attack rolls the entire round, and you have advantage on any attack rolls against him. That is amazing. Like, that's great. This spell is so busted at certain moments and things because it just happens. Like, again, as long as the creature can be charmed, of course. If they're immune to charm, then obviously it won't take effect at all. But not a lot of things are necessarily completely immune to charm. There are things that are resistant or maybe immune to it, depending, like if you're like fighting like a fae or certain like high level devils or demons, maybe depending, but like plenty of things aren't. And this spell just like you can rock somebody. If you have a really decent high wisdom save, like there's almost nothing. Do you see? There's nothing they can do. Love
No,
this.
and it's a fun one. I like that one a lot, and flavor-wise, it's great.
It's just awesome. You just literally just start making a person dance, or you're just like, and it's only verbal. You just have to be able to speak, and it takes effect. Again, love it. I've got a couple that I think are probably pretty bad, considering the spell level and also just kind of the effects and things that they do. You got a couple that you'd like to share, or?
Yeah, I have one that I don't understand the point of this spell.
Okay.
I got two of them. They're right next to each other, so you might know one of them. But Bones of the Earth.
Bones of the Earth was one I was looking at too. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I just don't.
It does next to nothing really, depending on the situation. Like,
Yeah. So for context, it's a 6th level transmutation spell. It's a casting time of 1 action. You cause up to 6 pillars of stone to burst from places on the ground that you can see within range, which is 120 feet. Each pillar is a cylinder that has a diameter of 5 feet and a height of up to 30 feet. The ground where the pillar appears must be wide enough for its diameter, and you can target the ground under a creature if that creature is medium or smaller. Each pillar has 5 AC and 30 hit points. When reduced to 0 hit points, the pillar crumbles into rubble, which creates an area of difficult terrain with a 10-foot radius that lasts until the rubble is cleared. Each 5-foot diameter portion of the area requires at least 1 minute to clear by hand. If a pillar is created under a creature, that creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be lifted by the pillar. A creature can choose to fail the save. If a pillar is prevented from reaching its full height because of a ceiling or other obstacle, a creature on the pillar takes 66 bludgeoning damage and is restrained, pinched between the pillar and the obstacle. The restrained creature can use an action to make a strength or dexterity check, the creature's choice, against the spell save DC. On a success, the creature is no longer restrained and must either move off the pillar or fall off of it. When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 7th level or higher, you can create 2 additional pillars for each spell slot above level 6. I do not understand this spell. I guess if you use it in a dungeon,
yeah,
cool.
no, again, if you're in again like one of those areas that your DM makes where it's like, oh yeah, you're in a relatively open room and it has like a ceiling that's only like, 4 or sorry, not 4, like it's only like, like 20 feet high or something like that. Maybe like it could be more applicable.
I just don't get it.
But again, in most other situations, anytime you're outside of any area in like the open, it does nothing essentially. It does next to nothing. So it really is very situational for that. It's a 6th level spell on top of it, like. And it has an AC of 5, 30 hit points. So that's not very high. Like at this, you're 9th level characters at this point. That's going to, when it crumbles into rubble and makes difficult terrain with a 10-foot radius. But difficult terrain isn't going to do anything probably to 9th level characters. Again, they probably have plenty of things to get through difficult terrain easily enough. Or enemies even. I mean, the restraint, like again, if you can get the whole like, yeah, they failed to save and now they're restrained, like that could be nice, but it is also just like, because again, it's like, okay, they're restrained, so now they have to use their action to make a strength or dexterity check, and like, so that can be nice, like it could be good depending, but it's just it's way too situational. I think it's the same thing as like Tree Stride, where Tree Stride can be super awesome and great, but it's just way too situational for the spell slot cost.
It's just like there's other 6th level druid spells, and this is just not one I'd pick as the one I want to take.
Yeah, no. It is certainly not great at all. One that I wanted to touch upon, there are actually a few that I could actually talk about, and I actually do want to discuss and get your thoughts on. But the first, it was going to be Tensor's Transformation. It's all the way at the back. Tensor's Transformation is an intro, and along with some of the other ones that I want to talk about, are kind of not controversial. That's not the word, but interesting debate topics for spells in the community. It's a 6th level transmutation spell. The casting time of 1 action. Its range is stealth. You get it requires verbal, somatic, and material components with a duration of 10 minutes, and it is concentration. For the duration, you endow yourself with endurance and martial prowess fueled by magic. Until the spell ends, you can't cast spells, and you gain the following benefits. You gain 50 temporary hit points. If any of these remain when the spell ends, they are lost. You have advantage on attack rolls that you make with simple and martial weapons. When you hit a target with a weapon attack, that target takes an extra 2d12 force damage. You have proficiency with all armor, shields, civil weapons, and martial weapons. You have proficiency in strength and constitution saving throws. You can attack twice instead of once. When you take the attack action on your turn, you ignore this benefit if you already have a feature like extra attack that gives you extra attacks. Immediately after the spell ends, you must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or suffer one level of exhaustion. So this spell can only at base normally only be cast by wizards. And at this level, at 9th level, there's really no reason why you would take or cast this spell. Like, none of these things are gonna be actually that great. Like, unless you take a specific subclass, which is one of my favorites, the Blade Singer, you're not gonna be using simpler martial weapons to attack. Really, you're gonna be casting spells, which this then takes away from you. You can't cast spells while you're concentrating on this spell. Any spell, not just concentration. You can't cast any spells.
I'm a little confused because can't you not cast spells if you're in armor you're not proficient with?
Yeah.
So how are you supposed to cast this and then put on armor?
That's the thing. It does not apply.
They fucked up their own spell.
Literally, it doesn't apply to almost any aspect of, like, this is not beneficial or helpful to a wizard in any way, shape, or form. Like they're literally trying to be like, oh hey, your wizard. You're trying to be like a martial wizard. Here you go. This is the spell that can do that for you. And you're like, but what? I can't do anything with this. Why would I do this? It's like, unless I'm deliberately speccing again unless I take Blade Singer and
I mean, you'd have to take this into it'd have to be like a Gish build.
Yeah, I guess, but even then it's like that still doesn't really help, because again, you still have to get your spellcaster as well up to 9th level to get access to the 6th level spells. You're gonna have to dip a lot, at least half. You have to dip basically half of your character level into this just to get this spell.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it doesn't really actually give you enough that it really matters. Because again, it's like, oh, you attack twice instead of once. That's gonna be ignored if you go into a multi-class. Doesn't matter. That's stupid.
The problem is the first.
If you have a Blade Singer, you already have extra attack. You don't need that. That doesn't do anything.
The problem is that if you're not spec'd into melee fighting already with armor proficiencies, this spell doesn't do anything with armor proficiencies, because you can't cast a spell if you're not proficient in the armor you're wearing, but it gives you proficiency in the armor you want to wear, but it takes 10 minutes to put on heavy armor.
And not even just that. Like, I guess there are certain items that allow you to instantly doff and don armor, but even then, to your point, literally, there's nothing. This spell does nothing for any sane
actual
wizard.
Spellcaster. You'd have to be building a very specific,
and that specific. Even then, even with a specific build, it still wouldn't necessarily really help or do anything for you. Half of this stuff wouldn't be applicable to most of the normal wizard, and if you again spect, even more, half of it wouldn't do it. Like, the only thing is like, oh, you gain 50 temporary hit points. That's nice. And you gain advantage on attack rolls you make with simple martial weapons. It's like, well, okay, a quarterstaff, but you're not gonna. Why would you use a quarterstaff? I guess you have to now because you can't cast spells. But
you can't even use this on like a Eldritch Knight.
No, you can't. It's just bad. It is a terrible spell that some people are like, well, it's a cool idea, and I get it, right? It's like you're channeling your magic into this martial energy, and you kind of like Hulk out, and like you're just like, yeah, but it's like you're not. Any normal wizard spellcaster, like, they're not gonna spec into this. It doesn't do anything. It literally provides no real benefit. And then on top of that, it's a concentration spell for 10 minutes. If you lose concentration, then you're gonna have to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or suffer a level of exhaustion on top of that.
There's just not. I just don't get it.
It's a 6th level spell. 6th level.
You can't even cast shield while you have it going.
No, you can't cast any spells. You've neutered yourself. Not only this is like a detriment. Like I would say, if a creature casts this on somebody else, it would be like a curse. It would literally be like, oh hey, I'm gonna cast Tensor's Transformation on my enemy spellcaster.
I'm just looking at comments under this spell on D&D Beyond. It's like, cast a spell, gain heavy armor efficiency for 10 minutes. Now you can cast spells in heavy armor. Just take the 10 minutes to put.
Yeah, yeah, literally.
This
It's
spell
like
is
you have to
completely
cast.
useless.
You have to cast this. Oh god.
It'd be one thing if you could cast this on another character.
I mean,
No, I mean, because if I say I cast this on a fighter,
but that's what I'm saying. It's not for a fighter, right? It's like you're fueled by magic. Because obviously, if it was a fighter, it would be busted and broken.
I'd give this.
Although to be fair, a lot of this
rogue.
also wouldn't even be applicable.
I give it to a rogue.
Half of this.
I give it to a rogue so they can attack twice if they're a full rogue.
I think with rogue,
they get the hit points and they get advantage, so they automatically get sneak attack and they get extra damage and they get extra saving throws. So if I could cast this on someone else, I'd cast it on a rogue.
This is only applicable for rogues. That's it. The only class that this actually has any true effect or application for is.
It doesn't make sense. I don't understand this.
No, it's terrible. It's
Why
a
did you do this,
horrible bad spell. It makes no sense. There's no that's what I'm saying. It's a 6th level spell. Who wrote off on this? I think that also came from Fizban's Treasury of Dragons.
No, it came from Xanathar's.
Oh, it's Xanathar's? Okay, even more.
But there were a lot of stupid spells. There are a lot of stupid spells in Xanathar's.
I love Xanathar's.
I know, but it has a lot of dumb spells because it's Xanathar's.
I love it. Moving on to the other thing, and honestly, we can just kind of talk about all of these because there's 4 different of them. I'm sorry, 5 of them that is a particular debate and an interesting topic of spells and their effectiveness. And these are all of the investiture spells at 6th level.
Yeah.
These spells are interesting, you guys. Once again, similarly to Tincture's Transformation, their transmutation, casting have 1 action, verbal somatic, range of self, and they have a concentration for 10 minutes. So, if you're not familiar, the 6th level investiture spells, you get investiture of flame, of ice, of stone, and of wind. So I'm sorry, there were only 4. I was right the first time. That's why that was like the 4 elements. I'm like, wait, but I thought there was no. But anyway, depending on which element you choose, you get different benefits. With flame, flames race across your body, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 for the spell's duration. The flames don't harm you until the spell ends. You gain the following benefits. You're immune to fire damage and have resistance to cold damage. That's great. That's nice. Any creature that moves within 5 feet of you for the first time on a turn or end its turn there takes 1d10 fire damage. Hey, passive damage. That's not too shabby. You can use your action to create a line of fire 15 feet long and 5 feet wide, extending from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dex save. A creature takes 48 fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. Like this, this isn't a bad one, right? I would say probably of all of them, I think Investiture of Flame and probably of Wind are the 2 best of these 4. They're not too shabby. They do offer, like, anything that also just offers passive stuff, especially as a concentration spell, is usually great. For Investiture of Ice, until the spell ends, ice rhymes your body and you gain the following benefits. You're immune to cold damage and have resistance to fire, so obviously the inverse of the fire. You can move across difficult terrain created by snow or ice without expending extra movement, which, to be fair, that's not really ever going to be applicable much. There's not really much snow or ice, difficult terrain, unless you're in a very specific campaign. The ground in a 10-foot radius around you is icy and is difficult terrain for creatures other than you. Oh, well, I guess you're not at least messing up with your own ice terrain. The radius moves with you, but once again, hard to say how much it'll matter at this level, at level 9. You can use your action to create a 15-foot cone of freezing wind, extending from your outstretched hand in a direction you choose. Each creature in the cone must make a Constitution save. A creature takes 46 cold damage on a failed, half as much on a success. A creature that failed to save against this effect has its speed halved until the start of your next turn. So obviously this one really does help for up close and personal, just slowing and shutting down their movement and the like.
This would be good if you have I can cast spells while in beast form at like really high levels, but there's other things I'd rather spend my concentration on.
Exactly. Like that's the biggest thing is like these aren't actually like overtly bad or non-applicable, but they just don't necessarily have enough bang for their buck as a 6th level concentration spell to make them like worthwhile over other things. Investiture of Stone, which honestly I think is probably the worst of them all. Until the spell ends, bits of rock spread across your body, and you gain the following benefits. You have resistance, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. 6th level spell. 9th level character. You can also use your action to create a small earthquake on the ground in a 15-foot radius around you. Other creatures on the ground must succeed on a dex save or be knocked prone. Could be okay, but the issue being is if a spellcaster up close, you're probably up close with your martial friends, and so they'll also have to make the save or be knocked prone. You can also move across difficult terrain of earth or stone without expending extra movement. You can move through solid stone or earth as if it was air and without destabilizing it, but you can't end your movement there. So you can earth glide, which is cool. If you do so, you are ejected to the nearest unoccupied space. The spell ends and you are stunned until the end of your next turn. So you get the ending effects of a haste spell if you accidentally end your turn inside earth. Finally, Investiture of Wind. Until the spell ends, wind whirls around you and you gain the following benefits. Ranged attacks made against you, ranged weapon attacks specifically made against you have disadvantage on attack rolls. That's okay. You gain a flying speed of 60 feet. That's always nice. And if you are still flying when the spell ends, you fall unless you can somehow prevent it, okay? You can use your action to create a 15-foot cube of swirling wind centered on a point you can see within 60 feet of you. Each creature in that area must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes 2d10 bludgeoning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. If a large or smaller creature fails to save, that creature is also pushed up to 10 feet away from the center of the cube.
I like this. I like the last one's fine.
Yeah. Again, I think fire and wind are the best of them, and they're both decent. They both offer some decent bonuses and things that could be applicable in almost any situation. Decent effects overall. But yeah, again, for 6th level concentration spells, all of them, Investiture of Stone probably being the worst of all of them, they just don't really offer much as opposed to other things that you could be concentrating on, even at lower levels.
I mean, to me, the only people that should be taking this spell are druids, and that's because you can just prepare them for that day. And it's really only if you're fighting a specific elemental monster, like a dragon, and you could take fire or ice depending on which one you're fighting.
Yeah, and then be immune. But then obviously the other aspects don't apply, right? You can't use the offensive thing, which again, to be fair, why would you?
If they get close, but really,
but even if they get close, if they're within 15 feet, it's it also doesn't necessarily do a shit ton of damage.
No,
it's not necessarily worth not using a different spell to just attack at this level.
What's it called? It's already a concentration spell. The reality is druids don't have the best offensive magic.
It's true, they don't.
So if you're looking for consistent damage, I'd say the Investiture of Flame isn't terrible.
So long as they're not fighting a creature resistant or immune to fire.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
Again, the thing being is Investiture of Flame, ironically, I think, works best when you're fighting a creature that deals fire damage. Because then you're immune to the
fire damage you're dealing is not
exactly. So but the fact of that being the case, the passive damage you deal becomes nothing, and even the action you could use. So literally, only one of the 3 things you get for Investiture of Flame is actually helpful. Which, to be fair, probably could be if you're facing an ancient red dragon. Immunity to fire damage would be freaking phenomenal. Yeah. That would be fantastic.
And this is only if you don't have any items or potions.
Yeah, but again, this is also we don't have other things that already kind of do that, help with that.
Being able to prep this the day of a dragon fight, if you know you're going to fight a dragon, I mean, it's not useless.
No, that's what I'm saying. None of them are necessarily useless, except again for maybe stone, but. At this level for this cost,
we just love resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
It is the sorcerer of resistances, Sam. Okay, it's the sorcerer of resistances. It has no place at this level of play. Any resistance should just be all damage. Or all bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Whether it's magical or mundane, it should just be either of them at this level of play because so many things are already magical. but yeah, like so they're okay. You know, the investitures they have application, especially wind. I think wind is the most applicable to any scenario. Like just being able to fly, like that's great. You have any ranged weapon attacks against you have disadvantage. That's nice. You know what I mean? Like magic, not as much, but still, any ranged weapon attacks, like, you get a little bit of defense from it, and yeah. So it's like that's nice enough. Because basically just like casting the fly spell with extra perks. You know what I mean? Which is it's a better fly spell, which I feel like is fair enough. Because I feel like honestly taking fly just doesn't really make sense to me. Because it's like there's so many other things that can help you fly without having to spend a 3rd level spell slot that only lasts for 10 minutes. But this, at the very least, it's like, hey, you also get some other extra benefits too along with it. So it's like that's decent. But overall, they just don't. They're most of the other ones are far too situational and don't offer enough to really make it worth it for the cost at this level, in my opinion. What about you? Any other ones that you're having some feelings about, either good or negative?
No, I mean, there's the thing with 6th level spells is a lot of them are good, but like they're very situational. You look at like Magic Jar and
Soul Cage
and things like that. Like Flesh to Stone is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
because the idea of being able to turn people into stone is great, because if they fail, there's nothing there's nothing that they can do.
No, they're
someone else can fix them, but there is absolutely nothing that
the only issue obviously is just how many times they have to fail.
Yeah, I mean you'd have to really, like, if you have a way to make someone have disadvantage on saving throws,
or again you have to get rid of, like, for this to be effective against, like, boss monsters, like you have to get rid of their legendary saves. So it's like they can just maybe that's the way to do it. Although no, because if they save the first because they have to save 3 times or fail 3 times. So yeah, I mean this Flesh and Stones could maybe be a way to be like, hey, we're gonna burn through his legendary saves with this potentially. Because if he fails, then he might want to try to succeed.
Yeah, the problem is if you're fighting any like big monster enemies, they're gonna be really good at Constitution. If they're a spellcaster, maybe not so much. I still like the spell. It's something I like to keep in my back pocket just as like a hey. It's a fun spell. There is one that I do want to touch on that's something that I've personally used to good effect, which is the 6th level cleric spell Forbiddance.
That's what I thought you were going to talk about. That one. That's the one that I saw too. I'm like, Forbiddance is pretty cool.
Yeah, and again, situational but fun. It's a 6th level abjuration spell. It takes 10 minutes to cast, or as a ritual, you could do it for 21 minutes. Or is it 20 minutes? It should be 20 minutes, I think.
20 minutes. Yeah.
Duration is a day. You create a ward against magical travel that protects up to 40,000 square feet of floor space to a height of 30 feet above the floor. So that is 40,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Including 30 feet above it, not counting against your square feet. For the duration, creatures can't teleport into the areas or use portals, such as those created by the gate spell, to enter the area. The spell proofs the area against planar travel, and therefore prevents creatures from accessing the area by way of the astral plane, ethereal plane, Feywild, Shadowfell, or the plane shift spell. In addition, the spell damages types of creatures that you choose when you cast it. Choose one or more, which means you just choose all of them, of the following: Celestials, Elementals, Fey, Fiends, and Undead.
Unless you're not trying to hurt certain of those.
Well, or Scorched Earth. When a chosen creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or it starts its turn area, the creature takes 5d10 radiant or necrotic damage, your choice, when you cast the spell. Keep in mind, there is no save for this damage.
No, they just take it.
When you cast the spell, you can designate a password. A creature that speaks the password as it enters the area takes no damage from the spell. The spell's area can't overlap with the area of another forbidden spell. If you cast Forbiddance every day for 30 days in the same location, the spell lasts until it is dispelled and the material components are consumed on the last casting. So you're telling me I can make an entire dungeon? Because I did this. I used this in I had an arcane domain cleric.
Yeah.
Which is one of the worst domains.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're
is it
divine. Is it arcane?
No, it's knowledge. I think
no. I did arcane. It's the bad one.
Oh, is knowledge the better one? I thought Arcane was the one where you did have access to like wizard spells and stuff at that point.
Yeah, you have some, but your like the rest of your stuff, your arcane abjuration is bad. Spellbreaker's not great. Your spell,
Arcane
your
abjuration,
extra
but no,
stuff
but you can literally though at a higher level you get access to like the wizard spell list for like wish and things like that. Like you can get.
You get
If I'm thinking,
you get one from each of the following levels: 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th at 17th level.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're decent, but like their extra
Arcane is pretty great. Arcane is actually pretty great.
It's for us. It is. It's widely referred to as not good, but
I mean,
what I did was we had to go into this crypt. There was a lich at the end of it. We knew it was there because it was told to us that it was there. So I just cast Arcane Eye.
Yeah.
So I could look on the inside of the crypt. And then I just cast Forbiddance on the inside of the crypt.
Yeah.
And it's 40,000 feet.
Yep.
And it doesn't say anything about you being able to having to see the 40,000 feet. It doesn't say anything about you having to be there. Because as long as you start it somewhere, it can go 40,000 feet. So if I'm sitting at the entrance to a crypt, I can touch the ground, start it there, and send it through the whole crypt. And that's what I did. And I killed every single monster inside, including the lich.
Well done, Sammy. Well
done. The lich I think tried to escape. We ended up going in there and killing it, but they killed every single low level undead, all of the monsters that were in there.
I mean, well, again, here's the thing though: the lich can't like move out of the. He can't teleport or anything.
So that's the thing. It can't teleport into the area. It also can't use portals to enter the area. It can leave. It just. So like
yes,
with the wording, it says it can still...
therefore prevents creatures from accessing the area by way of the astral plane, ethereal plane, Feywild, Shadowfell, or the plane shift spell.
It says accessing the area, so coming into the area. Now the thing is, though, a lot of monsters won't leave their place of residence because they're tied to it in some way.
It's true.
This was a crypt. It's where he got all of his power. He didn't leave. He doesn't want to leave because then we're just going to ransack all of his shit.
I mean, he could have tried to dispel it.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I
cast it at like 8th level.
Yeah, I was like, he could just try to dispel it. Like that would technically work.
The DM looked at me like, what? And with the Arcane Eye, I did some scouting and I just fucking destroyed the inside of that crypt. And we went down there and beat his ass. And it was one of those things where if you have again, this is a downtime spell. Clerics have a shitload of downtime spells. If you have 30 days,
and
1,000 gold.
You know what's even worse about this though? You know what's like Forbiddance, it only takes 30 days to do this. It takes, I think, like a year or more for Druid's Grove as well as what is it?
Magic Circle and Teleportation Circle?
Teleportation Circle for one, Magic Circle, as well as the wizard equivalent of this, and the druid and wizard equivalent is Druid's Grove, and then what is it? Domain. I can't think of the spell. It's Mordenkainen's Sanctum. That's it.
Yeah.
It's Mordenkainen's Sanctum.
There's also the other cleric spell, which allows you to create a church, which also requires a year.
Yeah, it's like, how is this spell 30 days?
It is limited because if you use it outside, it doesn't really do anything. But if you use it like in a building and like the surrounding grounds, it's pretty effective.
Yeah, no, it's pretty insane and crazy.
Like even if like say things just teleport to the outside of your little area, they can't come into the area.
No,
if they're one of those evil things,
they can't. They can't teleport in for one.
And if they walk in, they're just gonna take damage.
Yeah, and they walk in, they'll take a decent amount of just damage. Where it's just
5d10 is nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's not, dude. Are you kidding? It's like screw you. At max, it's 50 points of damage. Like
you could kill an entire army.
Would be like what, 20, 25? Like
you could kill an entire army with this if they're in an enclosed area.
Yeah. You
just cast down the entrance into the thing and you just block off the entrance.
Yeah, no. If they're undead, like you have an undead horde or army,
all the normal undead that can't like teleport are screwed. Like they're just dead. It's a ridiculous spell. I don't know how it snuck in here the way it did. I don't understand. It's and you never see anyone use it. And on top of that, like if more people realize that like a high level cleric NPC can use this spell and would use this spell, 1,000 gold in a month.
Yeah.
What, like it doesn't even say you have to be the only one that casts it.
No. I mean, that's the thing about like,
It just says if you
a lot
cast
of the
forbearance.
arguments is like, any of these spells are like, hey, if you do all of this stuff or all these, it's like, it doesn't say you have to be the one specifically to cast this spell.
This one does. This one says you have to cast it.
Okay.
But still, 30 days? A high level cleric, 1 6th level spell slot a day? Give me a month. Give me a month and no one can come into our castle.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, just chill out. Take a month off. You know what I mean?
Like, what do we really have to do for a month?
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. What do we got? Nothing.
I love this spell so much.
It's a cool spell. Like my DM has used that against us in certain moments and times as well to various effects, depending. All right. Well, I think other than that, you ready to head off to 7th level?
Yeah.
7th heaven, as it were.
There are some fun ones up here.
7th is great. I love 7th. There's one particular spell that I've fallen in love with that recently came out. I think it's just so freaking cool. And honestly, in my opinion, is a far better version of like Tensor's transformation in a certain way. And that is going to be Draconic Transformation. My friends, Draconic Transformation is incredible. It is just phenomenal, in my opinion. It is a 7th level transmutation spell with a casting time of a bonus action, range of self, verbal, somatic, and material components, and it is a concentration spell for 1 minute. With a roar, you draw on the magic of dragons to transform yourself, taking on draconic features. You gain the following benefits until the spell ends. See, already great, amazing flavor text. Like, you literally just become kind of draconic. I always kind of pictured it. If anybody's seen the Pt.2 Dragon's Blood show on Netflix, I kind of always viewed it as being similar to like the draconic transformations of the humanoids in there. But you gain blind sight. Oh my god, there's so few things. There's so few ways for a character to get blind sight of, like, especially this range. You get blind sight with a range of 30 feet. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you are blinded or in darkness. Moreover, you can see an invisible creature unless the creature successfully hides from you. You also gain access to a breath weapon, a 60-foot cone breath weapon when you cast this spell. And as a bonus action, on subsequent turns for the duration, you can exhale this energy cone each time. So literally, upon your first initial cast, you can do this, and then you can just keep doing it as a bonus action for the duration of your concentration. Each creature in that area must make a dex save, and they take 6d8 force damage on a failed or half as much on a success. Fantastic, dude. Love that. And we're still not done. Last but certainly not least, you gain your draconic wings. Incorporeal wings sprout from your back, giving you a flying speed of 60 feet. Dude, that's amazing, man. It's literally only 3 extra abilities that you gain, but all of them are so incredibly applicable and effective. Blind sight out to 30 feet. So few things, even items, give players the ability to have blind sight that far. On top of that, a 60-foot breath weapon cone that deals 68 as a bonus action. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's just extra that's extra 68 force damage as a bonus action of all things. On top, you just gain the flying spell. Dude, it's amazing. I love this spell. I've used this spell so much because not only that, it's just so cool. The flavor where you're like take on this draconic kind of like aspect and presence where you're just like, it's so badass. I love it. I love it so much.
I'm just looking at we're getting into kind of an area where I don't look at a lot of these spells very often because
they're so high level and they don't matter.
Yeah.
See, I have had a lot of time to look through a lot of these high level ones because I usually try to play higher level games, and we usually try to play longer games that we can get to these higher level areas. And so I've checked out and played and experienced, or at least read through a lot of these, and I love them all. Another of one of my favorites that I use quite a bit as a druid, and my friend uses a druid, is the spell known as Whirlwind. This is actually a great one too. Whirlwind, seventh level evocation spell with a range of 300 feet. Its casting time of 1 action is verbal and material components, and a duration of 1 minute. It is a concentration spell. A whirlwind howls down to a point you can see on the ground within range. The whirlwind is a 10-foot radius, 30-foot high cylinder centered on that point, and until the spell ends, you can use your action to move the whirlwind up to 30 feet in any direction along the ground. The whirlwind sucks up any medium or smaller objects that aren't secured to anything and that aren't being worn or carried by anyone. A creature must make a dex save the first time on a turn that it enters the whirlwind, or that the whirlwind enters its space, including when the whirlwind first appears. A creature takes 10d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. In addition, a large or smaller creature that fails a save must succeed on a strength save or become restrained in the whirlwind until the spell ends. When a creature starts its turn restrained by the whirlwind, the creature is pulled 5 feet higher inside it, unless the creature is at the top. Now, a restrained creature moves with the whirlwind and falls when the spell ends, unless the creature has some means to stay aloft. A restrained creature can use an action to make a strength or dex check against your spell save DC. If successful, it is no longer restrained by the whirlwind and is hurled 3d6 times 10 feet away from it in a random direction. Bro, this spell slaps, my man. You drop this spell into like just a horde of people, and it just starts sucking all of them up. Like it is a single spell. Like this is probably one of the best, if not like the epitome or epitome of an example of a great concentration spell. You keep this thing up, people fail to save, they are restrained, and they just move with the whirlwind. It's like you just see them in the whirlwind, and then they have to use an action to free themselves from being restrained. All the while, if they are restrained, they have disadvantage on any attack rolls or dex saving throws, or I think also strength saving throw, or maybe it's just dex. Either way, dex saving throws. They also, every attack against them has advantage against them on top of that. And then even when they get out of being restrained from the whirlwind, they literally go get hurled 3d6 times 10 feet away from it. That's ridiculous. They could get hurled potentially 90 feet in a random direction. And how we usually rule it too is if like they get hurled and they like basically knock into something or someone, any amount of excess feet that they would have gone is applied to damage at that point. Like if they're supposed to be thrown that far, they like if they were supposed to be thrown like 90 feet and they only go 30 and they like impact a wall, they're gonna take that 60 feet of like fall damage or whatever that would be. So I think that would be like 6d6 or whatever. And it's great. I love it so much. It's a fantastic spell.
Yeah. I mean, I have to bring it up, but it's the Magnificent Mansion.
Magnificent Mansion, always a fun one.
It's a 7th level conjuration spell. Takes a minute to cast. There's a duration of 24 hours. You conjure an extra dimensional dwelling in range that lasts for the duration. You choose where its one entrance is located. The entrance shimmers faintly and is 5 feet wide and 10 feet tall. You and any creature you designate when you cast a spell can enter that extra dimensional dwelling as long as the portal remains open. You can open or close the portal if you're within 30 feet of it. While closed, the portal is invisible. Beyond the portal is a magnificent foyer with numerous chambers beyond. The atmosphere is clean, fresh, and warm. You can create any floor plan you like, but the space can't exceed 50 cubes. Each cube being 10 feet on each side, which would be, what, 100 square feet a room?
Yeah.
They're big rooms.
Create any floor, but the space can't exceed 50 cubes, each cube being 10 feet on each side. I mean, if it's 50 times 10, that would be 500, but...
Well, no, I mean, each room is 10 feet by 10 feet.
Yeah.
The place is furnished and decorated as you choose. It contains sufficient food to serve a 9-course banquet for up to 100 people. A staff of 100 near-transparent servants attend all who enter. You decide the visual appearance of these servants and their attire. They are completely obedient to your orders. Each servant can perform any task a normal human servant can perform, but they can't attack or take any action that would directly harm another creature. Thus, the servants can fetch things, clean, mend, fold clothes, light fires, serve food, pour wine, and so on. The servants can go anywhere in the mansion but can't leave it. Furnishings and other objects created by the spell dissipate into smoke if removed from the mansion. When the spell ends, any creatures or objects left inside the extra-dimensional space are expelled into the open spaces nearest to the entrance. I love this spell.
It's a fantastic spell.
It takes
got so much flavor.
It takes all of the like, it basically makes Tiny Hut and says, "Fuck you, look at this."
I mean, yeah, well, it's literally Tiny Hut's like Big Brother, you know what I mean? And it's like it's what's great about it too is at this level, again, you are at this point what, a like 11th or 12th level caster at this point, something like that. And if you've gotten that far in your career, like this, I feel like is a great spell that showcases just your ability and capacity that you have gotten to this point now. Like you deserve to be able to have
you're 13th level.
Yeah. You deserve to be able to have like, a mansion of like stuff like this. This is the culmination. Like your magic and power has amassed to such an extent that you're able to just like make all of this. You can make a home for yourself just wherever, It sucks that it's not a concentration or not. It sucks that it's not a ritual spell, in my opinion. Like the fact that it takes a 7th level slot.
It's your only 7th level slot.
At that level.
It's like once you level.
You get another 7th level at I think either 19 or 20.
I'm at 20.
Yeah. At 20th level, you get a 2nd level 7th level slot. So it's like my only issue with it is the fact that it's like, it's not a ritual spell. And so it's just like, oh, if, I'll use this, I guess, if I'm trying to look fancy or if I'm trying to like impress somebody or
if you're traveling, you need a place to stay, you didn't use the spell.
That's the thing, though. You don't necessarily need to use this though for that. Like again, if you have Tiny Hut, that's good enough.
If I have the spell slot, I'm using it.
I mean, it's fine.
I want to be a bougie bitch, Adam. You can't take that away from me.
I'm just saying. What if you end up getting ambushed in the middle of the night, Sammy?
In my mansion? They can't get in there. It's my mansion.
They can dispel it. If you dispel the mansion, everybody gets ejected out. They can't
dispel the mansion. They can't see it. It's invisible. Well, they have to be looking for you, know where you are.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to scry on you.
For them to do it.
You're in your own pocket plane. There's so many like levels to like. They'd have to put in so much effort to find you that no one's gonna.
Sure. Well, no one's gonna at this level though. If you're 13,
no one's gonna fuck with my mansion. Why people trying to fuck with my mansion, man? No one's going to. It's gonna have pictures of me all over the wall.
No, I agree. I love it. The flavor is amazing and great. Like I said, at this level, you deserve it. You deserve a little something special and good for yourself. Treat yourself and whatnot. I'm just saying. For the cost of a 7th level slot for what it kind of offers, it's kind of just like, it's
I'm gonna be honest, there's not a lot of bard options at 7th level.
No, there aren't a ton. I mean, there are some decent ones. Mirage Arcane is an option.
I'm so excited. Regenerate is an option. I do want to touch on Prismatic Spray. That's like a kind of a classic.
Oh yeah, everybody loves Prismatic Spray. Go ahead, hit that. I got another one myself that I'm also interested in sharing with some people.
This is a 7th level evocation spell. It's a casting time of 1 action. It's a 60-foot cone centered from yourself. 8 multicolored rays of light flash from your hand. Each ray is a different color and has a different power and purpose. Each creature in a 60-foot cone must make a dexterity saving throw. For each target, roll a d8 and determine which color ray affects it. The colors are as follows. 1. Red. The target takes 10d6 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. 2. Orange. The target takes 10d6 acid damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. Yellow. The target takes 10d6 lightning damage on a failed save or half on a successful. 4. Green. The target takes 10d6 poison on a failed save or half.
Blue is cold.
And then you get into the weird ones.
Yeah.
Indigo on a failed save, the target is restrained. It must then make Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns. It's basically Flash to Stone.
Yeah. You can petrify a person with.
Yeah.
Violet
is the target is blinded. It must then make a Wisdom saving throw at the start of your turn. A successful save ends the blindness. If it fails that save, the creature is transported to another plane of existence of the GM's choosing and is no longer blinded.
That last one, where does that come from? Like, what?
I know,
Like,
but I love it. And
I
then
feel like they just like they had the seventh one. They're like, what do we do for
petrify,
this one?
petrify.
I don't know. Maybe
Plane or travel.
blind them, maybe. Okay. I feel like it's not. We can't just blind them. That seems rather weak compared to everything else before.
Random plane of existence.
Just plane shift them. Yeah, just plane shift them afterwards. Like, wait, so we're gonna blind them first, and then just plane shift them. Like,
yeah,
what?
only if they fail the second save.
Yeah, no, but they have to make a second save to then get transported. So they can make a save to end the blindness, and they have to make a second save to get transported. It's like, what are you smoking? I don't know, but it's really good. Randy brought it in outside behind the dumpster.
If you pass the save, you are no longer blind. Like, it's funny because you make a save. If you fail, you get blinded. Yep. You then make a second save. If you pass that save, if you like fail the first one and you make the second save, you can get rid of your blindness and nothing happens, or you stay blind and are transported to a different dimension,
and then you're no longer blind.
A different plane, and the blindness goes away, which I love. And then my favorite part is if you roll an 8,
you get
the target is struck by 2 rays. Roll twice more. Re-roll.
They could literally become restrained, turn into a stone statue of themselves, and then get teleported, blinded. And
my favorite would just be, hey, I rolled an 8 on you. Okay, well then what's your reroll? Well, now you take 20d6 elemental damage.
Yeah, no, that's also pretty insane.
It's not like, it's just a fun spell.
It's just wacky. It's just wacky and crazy, literally. It's chromatic spray. Why wouldn't it be? You're just literally like, take my color power.
I want to make the rainbow wizard and only take the color spells.
All the prismatic and chromatic stuff. Yeah. Chromatic orb. It's great. One that I wanted to touch upon is an interesting one as well. It is very situational. Like, it is very, you gotta specifically keep track, and you gotta be very careful with how you do it. Similarly to many of the other of its kind, this is Divine Word. It is a 7th level evocation spell with a casting time of a bonus action. You know me, I love the bonus action spells. With a range of 30 feet and a simply verbal component, its duration is instantaneous. You utter a divine word imbued with the power that shaped the world at the dawn of creation. Choose any number of creatures you can see within range. Each creature that can hear you must make a charisma saving throw. And on a failed save, a creature suffers an effect based on its current hit points. Now, again, just keep track of that right there. Any number of creatures you can see within 30 feet of you, like, you could just decimate so many people. If they have to make charisma saves. There are so few things, so few classes in this game that have charisma. It's just what is it? Is it bards, sorcerers, and paladins?
Yeah, don't mind me just looking up the hit points of a commoner.
Yeah. So we'll go down the line for you. If a target has 50 hit points or fewer, they're deafened for 1 minute. If a target has 40 hit points or fewer, they're deafened and blinded for 10 minutes. If the target has 30 hit points or fewer, they are blind, deaf, and stunned for 1 hour. If a target has 20 hit points or fewer, they are killed
instantly.
They're gone.
You could just go to a small town and be like, all right, we're having a town meeting, and then just waltz into the middle of their town meeting and kill everyone.
Yeah, just literally. Regardless of its current hit points, a celestial, an elemental, a fiend, or fiend that fails its save is forced back to its plane of origin if it isn't there already, and can't return to your current plane for 24 hours by any means short of a wish spell. You're fighting any kind of extra planar entity, really? You just banish them.
That shit is gone.
They're done. They're gone, man. And it's a bonus action. It's just a bonus action. You can just instantly kill. Like, oh my god, I love it. Like, it's so hilarious and great. Where it's like, at first it sounds like it's like, oh, they're deafened for a minute. Who cares about that? They get disadvantage on perception checks for a minute, whatever. 40 hit points of fear. Oh, they're deaf and blind for 10 minutes. Oh, that went up a little higher now. Okay, that might be a legitimate issue or problem. 30 hit points of fear. Oh, they're blind, deaf, and stunned for an hour. Wait, how do you become stunned for an hour? And again, if you fail the initial save, that just happens. You don't make more saves. No. You can't become unblinded, undeafened, or unstunned.
The only problem is
for an hour.
It's the hit points.
It is like you have to be
But
very like again. That's what I'm saying. You have to keep track of it. Like unless you're like Rain Man or whatever, it's like it'll be hard to keep track of like where if you even know again because the DM could also move their hit points around or whatever.
yeah, I don't tell players hit points.
No, I don't tell them like what hit points they're at either. Like my DM like says, like, oh, it's in the red, right? Because again, you can say like, oh, they're bloody, for instance. It's
we
like
do bloody for half health. That's all we do.
You say bloody, they're half health, and then my DM will be like, they're in the red now, which means like they're getting close.
For the banishing alone, that spell is good.
That's what I'm saying though. Even just the banishment, because regardless, if you're fighting any of celestial, elemental, faith, or fiend,
it's every single one of them within 30 feet.
Yeah,
you can group them together.
All of them. They're just all of them. Within 30 feet of you, you could just instantly disappear like a whole horde of like devils or demons or celestials or fae that have like invaded. They're just gone for 24 hours now, short of a witch spell. Like that's awesome.
It's pretty good. I do want to. I'm not going to go into it. This is more just a for me and you situation. I do love that they included Dream of the Blue Veil.
I was going to say that too. I was looking at it. I was like, I got honorable mention Dream of the Blue Veil. We have
to because it's the hey, do you want to go to a different
plane
of existence?
Do you want to go to Greyhawk?
Do you want to go to Eberron?
You want to go to Eberron? Oh, do you want to go to Ravenloft? Oh. Like, do you want to try and connect all these different dimensions? Let's talk about it really quickly.
Yeah, so Dream of the Blue Veil, it's a 7th level conjuration spell. It takes 10 minutes to cast, and it's for 6 hours you have to go through this. So you and up to 8 willing creatures within range fall unconscious for the spell's duration and experience visions of another world on the material plane, such as Orith, Toril, Kryn, or Eberron. If the spell reaches its full duration, the visions conclude with each of you encountering and pulling back a mysterious blue curtain. The spell then ends with you mentally and physically transported to the world that was in the visions. To cast the spell, you must have a magic item that originated on the world you wish to reach. You must be aware of the world's existence, even if you don't know the world's name. Your destination in the other world is a safe location within 1 mile of where the magic item was created. Alternatively, you can cast the spell if one of the affected creatures was born on the other world, which causes your destination to be a safe location within 1 mile of where that creature was born. The spell ends early on a creature if that creature takes any damage and the creature isn't transported. If you take any damage, the spell ends for you and all other creatures with none of you being transported. Now, I don't know enough about the other stuff because either we play Homebrew or Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
But the idea of being giving you an access, or this isn't even for players, in my opinion. This is more for DMs in the sense that if you want to introduce a second world to your world, you bring in a high level caster that's like, I can take you there.
Well, I think, for instance, this could be a spell where if you've been playing for a bit, because again, you have to be like, this is like you're at 13th level, right? You've been playing for a bit, maybe, and maybe you've been reading some of the other books like Eberron or what's the other one where Ravnica. You've been playing like Eberron. You've been reading Eberron.
I thought those were in the same place because they're both I thought it was both.
I don't think Eberron
Magic the Gathering
and Ravnica are the same. I think they're technically different. I could be wrong. But yeah, like you or reading about like in with the newest book Shadow of the Dragon Queen, right? When you because that's what is that's because I know there's Greyhawk, there's Eberron, there's what is that place called? Dragonlance. That's it, Dragonlance. Like you've read those books, like, hey, you know what? We want to maybe do an adventure or do some stuff there. This spell is like the way you can introduce that into like an ongoing campaign that's already happening. Where you're like, hey, we're gonna go across the multiverse literally now. Like this is an actual in-game canonical thing that can allow you to do that, which is awesome. Because I don't see any reason why things, items, or even people can get transported and shunted and whatever, thrown all throughout the vast omniverse and cosmos, right? So who's to say you don't have an item that came from one of those worlds? Man. You don't, you don't have.
Look at the size of this place.
I know.
Dragonlance, Kryn. It's huge.
It's huge.
Oh my God.
It's a huge thing. Like again, this gives you the ability to go there now in an actual in-game reason, aside from just, homebrewing it and being like, oh yeah, there's a wormhole that opens up and sucks you guys in. Like, this allows the players themselves to have like a narrative thing of being like, yeah, let's do this thing. And I think it's a super cool and awesome. Like, I've never gotten the chance to use it, but I love it. Like, honestly, this was also the spell that kind of also inspired me to kind of do that proposition towards you, the pitch about the Arcane Archive deep dives with Alistair and Elias. Like, this is the spell they use in order to transport across the cosmos to visit the Forgotten Realms, to visit Dragonlance, to visit Eberron, and all those other places that, they would do deep dives on to obtain all of their knowledge. Like, this was amazing. The moment I saw that spell, I was like, oh my God, that is so freaking cool. Probably it's going to be so unlikely you may ever use it unless you specifically have a campaign and your DM has like a character that's like, hey, we're going to keep switching between worlds for the fun of it. And I would love to be part of that kind of game. That game sounds so
God, the amount of work you'd have to do.
Yeah, but it's a lot though. It takes a lot.
I'm just like,
so cool.
I'm just like, clicking on links to the different places it was talking. I'm like, you'd have to do so much.
Yeah, no, it would be a lot. It would be
to be fair,
incredible endeavor.
Could you use this to go to oh my God, what's it called? It's a campaign, evil vampire guy.
Strahd?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ravenloft.
Yeah, couldn't you go to Ravenloft with this?
Yeah, you could go to Ravenloft. You could go again. That's technically in the Shadowfell or whatever, technically speaking. But I don't see why you couldn't technically use that too, because it's usually cut off in kind of a separate plane of existence. Like, but yeah.
God, it's this is such a stupid spell. I love it.
It's so great. Like I so want to make a campaign or participate in a campaign where like we can utilize this.
Yeah,
because it's such a cool concept and idea, and it's just like
one day, Adam. One day,
Sammy. We'll make it happen. One day,
we'll make it happen. We'll do it. Obviously, we have to touch on the fact that Resurrection is available now.
Yep, Resurrection's there.
For Bard
always
and Cleric.
Great. True Resurrection, always great to have.
But,
another fan favorite that I just. I don't feel like there's necessarily a debate. Plenty of people say that it's a great spell. I just always look at it and I'm just like,
yeah.
I wonder at times, but it seems cool. Reverse Gravity. Reverse Gravity is a spell that I've heard tons of mixed reception and thoughts and feelings on. It's a 7th level transmutation spell. The casting time of 1 action. It has an area and range of 100 feet. 50-foot cylinder. It has verbal, somatic, and material components, and it's a concentration spell of 1 minute. This spell, as you would assume, reverses gravity in a 50-foot radius, 100-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. All creatures and objects that aren't somehow anchored to the ground in the area fall upward and reach the top of the area when you cast this spell. A creature can make a dexterity saving throw to grab onto a fixed object it can reach, thus avoiding the fall. If some solid object, such as a ceiling, is encountered in this fall, falling objects and creatures strike it just as they would during a normal downward fall. If an object or creature reaches the top of the area without striking anything, it remains there, oscillating slightly for the duration.
That's the only problem. It's the oscillating part.
But here's the thing. At the end of the duration, affected objects and creatures fall back down. But here's the thing. Some people have made the argument that, as per rules as written, if a creature reaches the top of the area without hitting anything, it remains there, oscillating slightly for the duration. And so some people make the argument that if a creature, for instance, can fly, it doesn't matter because it's stuck there. It says that it remains there, is what they're saying. Per the spell's specific description, as if it functions like maybe like not necessarily paralysis, but like it keeps them from moving. Like they're just floating there, unable to like move.
So my problem with that is that it uses the word fall and falling, and if you fly, you can't fall.
That's what I'm saying too. It's like another question being too is if a creature can then fly and you hit it with this spell, does it mean that it suddenly stops flying and then falls upward, or why can't it then just simply reorient itself to then begin flying in the opposite direction? Like, especially if you have a creature that can hover, would this spell really have any effect on a creature that can just simply hover? Or is the magic of the spell deliberately like affecting the creature where like it no longer matters if you can fly or float or hover or whatever? You are literally being forcibly like pushed to fall now. Like, this is why it's like this spell in theory could be really cool and powerful, especially when combined with like, say, a prismatic wall, for instance.
Well, that's like a common.
It's a combo.
Yeah.
But the thing being, though, again, is like my biggest caveat, my biggest trepidation or whatever with the spells. Again, it's like when you at this level, you're gonna be fighting plenty of creatures that can fly and float. And if you're not in an area where like they could potentially, and even if you aren't fighting creatures that can fly and float, if you're not in an area that has a ceiling, like, what does it do really? Because another question being too, if they fall, right, and they hit a ceiling, can't they then just stand back up and then begin fighting you from standing on the ceiling now? Like, they're not restrained or grappled or restricted or whatever. Like, they're just.
So there is this. So I have seen some stuff, and this actually does make sense to me to a degree. It would also depend on how they fly. I don't think this would do anything to a beholder. But say something with wings, they would fall because the sudden inversion would mess up.
Okay, the
flight.
Equilibrium. Sure.
And so they would fall, and then after that, they'd be able to fly.
Yeah.
Because they can fly.
Yeah.
Just because the gravity's messed up.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So we're going to say, like, physical flight, anything that has wings, they could be affected initially by it, but anything that hovers wouldn't be. But then what we could also make, though, the case, like, is a creature hovering? Like, like a creature is hovering, but they are constantly pushing against gravity, right? To hover.
I think,
so then the sudden switch, if we're gonna say like a creature that can flap its wings is also affected, why wouldn't a creature who can hover then maybe be affected?
Yeah.
Conversely, if they're going to fall,
I would
stop a creature from righting itself during the initial fall.
My problem is with like if you're flying magically, like if you're a wizard, I don't think you'd fall.
I don't think my point being is that's the thing. There's too many different like arguments or ways of looking. I mean, that's the thing. Some people say it's a great spell. Some people say it's a terrible spell. My point being,
they need to fix
it's not great because there's too many ways. There's too many like it's not specific enough to a ton of situations, especially at this level where it's like it doesn't specify. And so I'm like, I don't really.
Again, it's a cool spell it's a cool spell to have if you're a druid and you're fighting a bunch of non-magical peoples. But like, I just don't see the point of it. It's just not good because like the interaction it has with certain other magical
that's what I'm
effects.
saying. There's too many variables that it does not account for in the spell's description itself. And so now it's going to take like a lot of time and probably discussion that's going to slow up gameplay for like with you and your DM and other players for this to maybe even really be effective or applicable to much. Like it just doesn't. It just it's too abstract. It's not specific enough to a number of things that will be most likely very prominent and present at this point of gameplay. And it's just like, for a 7th level spell, it's kind of just it's like I don't want to risk taking it. Like,
I don't think it's worth. That's why I said druid specifically because they prepare.
Yeah. Another spell I feel like also might be in a similar vein as this that you could really love and could be really awesome, but from my experience, I feel like just we really need to tweak it or whatever or homebrew it a little bit. Is the spell teleport? There's a lot about this spell. It's a great spell in certain ways, and it's a horrible spell in a number of other ways. Like so teleport, 7th level, not to be confused with teleportation circle or whatever else. It's a 7th level conjuration spell. The casting time of 1 action. It has a range of 10 feet. and it is simply a verbal component. This spell instantly transports you and up to 8 willing creatures of your choice that you can see within range, or a single object that you can see within range, to a destination you select. If you target an object, it must be able to fit entirely inside a 10-foot cube, and it can't be held or carried by an unwilling creature. The destination you choose must be known to you, and it must be on the same plane of existence as you. Your familiarity with the destination determines whether you arrive there successfully. The GM rolls a D100 and consults the table. So, this is where it gets to be a little annoying and aggravating, is that whole thing of your familiarity with the destination is what determines whether you arrive there successfully. At least for someone like me, who again, historically, has horrible rolls, has super low rolls. So, it has a specific table, as it says, that your DM can consult in order to determine whether or not you arrive there as you intend. A permanent circle. So similarly to the teleportation circle spell, if you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle, you can just teleport there. Like on target perfectly. You don't need any whatever. You're just good. Alternatively, if you have an associated object, if you have an object that's basically tied to or part of that area or that whatever, then you also can just get there perfectly. You don't have to teleport. You don't have to roll or whatever. It just happens. Oh, you do have to roll, but it's just always 1 in 100. You get on target. For anything less than that, you either have to be very familiar. You can be seen casually. You can have viewed it once. You can know a description, or it will be an absolute false destination.
Well, that's if someone tells you that something exists and you try to teleport to something that doesn't.
Exactly. But you also could technically teleport to a place that is similar to that, but it not be that thing. And so we'll get into it. So on a very familiar, you can roll a D100. On a 1 through 5, you have a mishap. On a 6 through 13, you basically arrive in a similar area. On a 14 through 24, you have off target, and on a 25 to 100, you are on target. So we can go kind of through some of what these mean. If you are familiar, so for instance, permanent circle means a permanent circle sequence, you know, blah, blah, we already talked about that. If you're very familiar, is a place you have been very often, a place you have carefully studied, or a place you can see when you cast the spell. Seen casually is some place you have seen more than once, but with which you aren't very familiar. Viewed once is a place you have seen once, possibly using magic, and description is a place whose location and appearance you know through someone else's description, perhaps from a map. False destination is a place that doesn't exist. Perhaps you tried to scry on an enemy sanctum, but instead viewed an illusion, or you are attempting to teleport to a familiar location that no longer exists. All of that is once again kind of subject to debate, discussion, and talk about whether or not it's like kind of applicable. Like again, if you are very familiar with a place, it's like, oh, you've been there very often, a place you've carefully studied, or a place you can see when you cast the spell. It's like, okay, so then if I scry, does that mean that I could technically then teleport there instantly? Or
I'll put it this way. I think the idea is that if you scry something and it is the real place, you're not looking at an illusion, or because scrying also has its own limitations. To me, like I actually like this system. We differ in that way, but I like that it can fail.
I don't mind that it can fail. I just wish that the way that it did fail wasn't necessarily based on a D100 roll. I think
it should just go off of, like, for me, you'd have to just trust your DM to make the right call.
Yeah,
because it says it can, like, your DM can look at the table. Like, your DM can do whatever they want. So for me, the way I look at this is like, if I try to do something here.
Well, it specifically says that the destination you choose must be known to you, and it must be in the same place. You're familiar with this, determines whether you arrive there safely. It says the GM rolls D100 and consults the table.
Yeah,
but so it is technically like this. This is how this spell is technically supposed to work, and I'm just never a fan of having to like roll for the potential success. Like I wish it had much more to do, or if it was a roll, I wish it had to do more with like an ability check, maybe like Arcana or something like that. Or history to remember a location, rather than it being like a D100 where you have such a high chance of it just being a lot of stuff that's just progressively worse or inconvenient. It's like, if I'm going to use a 7th level spell slot, I want to just get there by at the very least my own skill level. You know what I mean? not just a literal random roll. Because again, with a D100 roll, you don't apply any bonuses to it. It literally is just completely random what happens. And I don't like that. I don't like that it's such, and the fact that there's such a large margin for a thing that's just like, oh, now it's, I use a 7th level slot and now it's completely, it could be inconvenient. It can range from anywhere from being like completely inconvenient to you literally take damage. For instance, the mishap, right? The spell's unpredictable magic results in a difficult journey. Each teleporting creature or object takes 3d10 force damage. And then the GM re-rolls on the table to see where you wind up. Multiple mishaps could potentially occur, dealing damage each time. Like, that sucks, dude. Like, I think
it's the whole point of don't try to teleport to something you're not familiar with.
But then again, the point being is like a lot of the time your DM could maybe, or even other people could make arguments on like, okay, what is considered to be really familiar? Like you said, is a place that you've been very often.
Well, that's the whole
carefully
point.
Studied, or a place you can see when you cast the spell.
I would argue that, like, to a degree, I think if a DM understands what you're trying to do, and I would say like making something very familiar versus seen casually are like, that's a huge jump in percentage on what can go wrong. Like, I would argue I'm a little bit more, I give a little bit more leeway on what very familiar would mean.
I would too. You know, I don't like the fact that it also can fail. And it's not necessarily foolproof, but for a 7th level spell, I also don't want it to just be literally up to like fate. If you are a 13th level spellcaster and you have gotten the ability to mold, shift, and fold reality to your whim to teleport to a place, you shouldn't have to just leave it up to fate to do that. Like, you should have more ability to be like successful in this thing.
I would say like for me, the main designation is like, there's a difference between reading about a place in a book once and trying to go, and spending 20 years of your life trying to,
100%. There's a difference,
and so like,
but what if it's a place that you're like studying, what
I would say
like
I would say, as opposed, like, because in here it says description, right? Let's see, description of a place and location through someone else's description, perhaps from a map. Now, you could argue that technically reading a book is someone else's description, but if you spend a lot of time, I could argue that you'd be more. It's a place you're very familiar with. You've studied multiple maps. You've read books about it. The fact
that you have to make that argument at all,
I think you just have to be a good DM about it.
For what we did, what was the other spell we were talking about with that? Where it's like you have to make an argument with your DM to like, again, just it's a 7th level spell. You're just trying to teleport to a place, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to cut down on unnecessary or annoying travel time or anything else. And alternatively, we can also use basically what would be like the sibling spell, which would be plane shift.
Yeah, that's a
plane shift. You don't roll anything for plane shift. You either there are specific caveats and restrictions where it's like, okay, you need, for instance, like specific rods for material components that you make that are attuned and come from the plane of existence you are trying to teleport to. However, once you get that component, you can just do it. You don't have to roll randomly for it to succeed or to determine how well it succeeds. You literally are able to just teleport to a place or destination on that plane of existence that you have been to before, or that you have heard of, or whatever, at the GM's discretion. But it's not, there is no determining thing where it's like, oh, you're going to take like 3d10s worth of damage potentially over and over again from a thing that it's not completely out of your control,
Yeah, I think the reality is with something like plane shift is that if you don't have enough materials or knowledge, it just doesn't work. Whereas with teleport, even if you don't know what you're doing, you can fuck it up, but you might still get there, I think, is the trade-off. Because like the reality is with plane shift, you've had to been there before. You have to either know of a sigil sequence there or have an attuned fork. With teleport, you don't need any of those things. You don't
necessarily have to have been there. You don't necessarily have to have been there.
Well, you need someone who's had to have been there because they need a fork attuned to that plane of existence.
Essentially, like how we usually did it too was you just need something from that plane of existence. So even if it's like debris and it's a canonical thing where like, items, debris, or other materials.
Great. But we just looked at teleport raw. Let's look at this raw. It requires a 250 gold piece tuning fork from that plane of existence.
Yep.
So if we're going to go on rules alone, the major difference is that teleport allows you to try even though you shouldn't. Whereas plane shift is like, you don't have the stuff. Sorry, it just doesn't work.
That's what I'm saying, though. I feel like that's better. Like, in terms of teleportation, I feel like it should still be something similar to this, where it's like, you can always try, but it should still be within more of the means of your ability to do so, rather than just being like, it's just random. Like, you're just like, hey, D100 roll. I might go where I want to go. I might go to a place maybe similar to it, but completely different. I could go to a place that's maybe near it, but still like miles away. And so I still have to technically travel there anyway. Or I could potentially completely miss, take damage for my attempt for the gall that I had, and then maybe even keep taking damage depending on how badly I'm rolling or what's happening. Like, there's too much detrimental shit for teleportation, where it's like I could cast rope trick, it falls down, I go into a pocket dimension, and if you're on the material plane, you can make a fucking rod that's attuned here, and then I can just teleport anywhere I want on the material plane.
Yeah, you can.
Like, but that's extra steps to do what I feel like teleport should just already fucking do for a 7th level spell slot. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like,
if you have the circle, you're fine. If you have an associated object, you're fine.
Well, circle for one. Circle takes a full minute to cast, and it also
no. I mean, if you're casting the spell teleport.
Yeah,
if you have a circle,
but that's also very specific area.
And if you have an associated object, I feel like there's ways to get around this. I think
kind of.
I think of the first 3, even into very familiar, I think this is completely reasonable. I don't know. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
I also would feel it's probably reasonable, but my point being is that, once again, similar to to reverse gravity, there's too many caveats. There's too many potential ways of trying to argue or make the thing more difficult, and even then, it's also just like, yeah. There's and even then, if you still just roll shit, then you're just screwed.
Well, the good thing is you don't roll.
I mean, you can, and the DM could roll too. Either way, either way, it still sucks. It's like if for instance, a DM sucks at rolling, then you're just screwed.
Then you just gotta use the random number generator.
Like, I just feel at this level, if you are this powerful of a spellcaster,
it should just work.
No, not just work, but it should be more. It should be more on the reins of your ability. Again, make it like an Arcana check. Make it an intelligence check. You know what I mean? It should be based off of, I feel like, your ability to make this magic work, rather than just being a completely random D100 roll. Make it a D20 roll with some bonuses that you can apply to just have a higher chance of succeeding on your own merit, rather than just being, again, a random thing that can just maybe work or not the way you want it to for a 7th level slot at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think maybe giving them an opportunity to be more consistent at it, especially if they've already done it before.
That's my thing. Because literally, I use this spell. I've used the spell a number of times, and so many times I've been screwed over with it. I've literally taken damage, and it's just been like multiple times. We're just like, what the this is crap. A 7th level slot, and again, you're gonna get one of those until level 20, and then you literally harmed yourself, maybe potentially multiple times, just trying to go somewhere faster than it would normally. How is that a fair trade-off? Like, that's just like
it's that what's it called? It's the whole this is the
consequence of my own action.
It is kind of, but it's also the whole that's why they have teleportation circles. It's supposed to be wonky and hard to harness. That's kind of the to be fair, if you don't want it to be like that in your setting, just get rid of half the table.
That's what I would do. I would say you can just, and I feel like that's what a lot of people do as well, because also it can take away, it can unnecessarily detract time from the session where you have to deal with all of this now. You know what I mean? Where it's like, we're just trying to go and do this thing. We're just going to do this thing. Especially, again, if you want to tell me you're a 20th level arch wizard caster, and you can still potentially mess this thing up to such and again,
you just have spell circles everywhere. And that's the reality.
But you can't, though, because the spell circles take years to make permanent.
They just take a year. You just have a bunch of. If you're an archmage,
year.
If you're an archmage, you're telling me
every single day.
Adam, you're telling me Alistair wouldn't have a conglomerate of
He
mages
absolutely
making
would. He absolutely
exactly.
would.
So that's
But
how
during a game, my point being, during a campaign, during a game, you're not going to be able to do that.
I know, but
And
that's
so
the
with that
reality.
spell, it unless your DM is like super generous and literally just rewrites and homebrews the spell,
To be
it's
fair,
it's just like, in my opinion, it's just not worth it. It's
I
not
guess
worth the slot to take it.
I think the difference between me and you is you play active high level campaigns where the only high level campaigns I've done, we end at like 15th, 16th level. And if your characters get to level 20, it's because there's a time skip or there's something. Yeah. And so like you have time to do this shit. Whereas you're playing games where you're actively playing 20th level characters. Well, we play a different style of game, which is why to me this doesn't seem bad.
For me,
actually,
again,
to me it makes perfect sense.
Experience, how we have played it and how we do it, because it is active and it is continuous, it's like,
it's different.
This does not help, like, at all. Like, again, like I said, it's faster and better to just rope trick and then plane ship back to the material plane, like, and it's
somewhere else.
Like,
yeah,
that's like, it's just, and it takes more spell slots, but it's just like, that's my feelings on teleport. Like, it's just like, it could be so cool and dope. Just again, apparate. You disapparate and you apparate into another spot. But because of all of the fact that it's not based off your personal ability or capacity as a spellcaster, it's literally just all random, and you can maybe try and fix the thing a bit, like fix the odds in your favor. Even then, it's still like, if you just roll bad, oh, you're just screwed. Oh well. I feel like it should be based more on your personal skill and ability rather than just simple luck. Is how I feel about it. But let's just go ahead and mention some honorable mentions real quick for 7th level, and then we'll move on to 8th. Everybody's got to love their old Finger of Death. It's always a great one. Gotta love the old Finger of Death. And again, similarly to, I feel like it's the cousin of Disintegrate. These two spells just screw. They're amazing final finisher spells that just destroy your enemies and do some cool stuff. Finger of Death also has the amazing added caveat of, if a creature dies from this spell, it rises at the start of your next turn as a zombie that is permanently under your control.
It also does half damage
to the best of its ability.
It also does half damage on a save, so like it's still...
That's true too. I mean, it does a 60. It doesn't do quite as much as Disintegrate does, but it's a 68 plus 30 necrotic damage, and it also does necrotic, which more things would be resistant or even immune to. Mm-hmm. But it's amazing. It's great.
I do want to give honorable mention to Create Magin, which
Create Magin,
which is also newer. I haven't looked at the spells in so long, but the whole creating a bunch of magical construct servants is so cool.
It decreases your hit point maximum.
Yeah, you can just get a boon. I don't know. This is endgame stuff, Adam.
None
of this stuff matters.
Sure.
It's just fun. It's cool. You can create an army of
it's cool.
You could just do a bunch of the one challenge rating 1. And you just have
you got a lot of little guys. You got a lot of fun guys just running around, doing a lot of fun stuff. And another great one is Force Cage, dude.
Yeah, we like
Force Cage is a busted spell.
I wouldn't say it's the most overpowered.
I mean, maybe not most, but it's up there. It's one of the most overpowered spells. Are you kidding me, dude? 7th level application spell. It's a cast time of 1 action, and and it has a duration of 1 hour, and it is not concentration. An immobile, invisible, cube-shaped prison composed of magical force springs into existence around an area you choose within range. The prison can be a cage or a solid box as you choose. Now, if you put it in prison form, the cage can be up to 20 feet on a side and is made from half-inch diameter bars spaced half-inch apart. A prison in the shape of a box can be up to 10 feet on a side, creating a solid barrier that prevents any matter from passing through and blocking any spells cast into or out from the area. When you cast a spell, any creature that is completely inside the cage's area is trapped. Creatures only partially within the area or those too large to fit inside the area are pushed away from the center of the area until they are completely outside the area. Now, a creature inside the cage cannot leave it by any non-magical means. And if the creature tries to teleport or interplanar travel, it has to make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a success, the creature can use that magic to exit the cage. On a failure, the creature can't leave and wastes the use of the spell or effect entirely. And it also, the cage extends into the ethereal plane, blocking even ethereal travel. That's insane. You use this on any martial class, they're done. They've been shut down.
Yeah,
They can't do anything.
It's also a good setup for some of the like soul catching spells as well. You could really just screw somebody up.
They can't leave. You use this on even you use this on non-arcane casters, and there's little to almost nothing they can do even, because they usually get like 1 to maybe 2 teleportation spells, if that, really. And they're not there.
Yeah,
they can't get out. Like, this spell is insane for what it does. Now, again, arcane casters, not only do they have more ability and more spells to teleport, but they also get disintegration. This is a wall of force. So you could technically use disintegration to get out of this. It would work on that.
Really?
Yeah. Disintegration is specifically says any magic that is magical wall of force or whatever, it can affect. So disintegration would work on this. But outside of that, outside of teleporting, there's nothing you can do. You can't get out of this cage. And if they use the prison version where you're just in there, no spells can leave it either.
No, the prison version, you can cast spells through it.
No. The prison shape of a box is creating solid matter that prevents any matter and blocking any spells cast into or out from the area.
Am I reading incorrectly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Prison shape in a box. Excuse me. It's the box version as opposed to the cage version.
Yeah, the box version is the one you want to use. The cage one, they can't do anything.
No, other way around. The box version is the one where they can't do anything. Cage is when there's still like open bars.
Yeah.
But that's like, again, you use the box version, they're dead. Like, I mean, like, I don't know if they would be dead. I wonder if they might even suffocate in there, maybe, because it says no matter can technically pass through it.
Well, let's not go into that, because I don't think it's intended to do that.
Yeah, either way. Point being is, you have effectively neutralized any creature that can fit inside of this thing. Like, it's a prison in the shape of a box that can be 10 feet on a side. So, like, they can do nothing. They're literally trapped. Any martial class, they're done. They can't get out. It's not concentration. They're just stuck in there for an hour. Like, this spell is absolutely busted in almost every situation. It is ridiculous. And even a prison in the shape of a box could technically still hold a large creature. It could hold up to a large creature in there. A prison, or I'm sorry, a cage could hold up to a huge creature even. You could cast this on a freaking storm giant, and it wouldn't be able to do anything. You could cast this on a dragon, and it wouldn't be able to do anything, really. Like, it could breathe fire, or it could breathe its breath weapon, maybe. But I don't think a giant could, like, shove its sword through half-inch diameter bars, half an inch apart.
No.
I don't think it couldn't throw like a lightning lance through it. Maybe. Yeah. Like, this shuts down almost any creature. It's ridiculous. It's insane what Force Cage can do as a simple action. And it just lasts for it's not even concentration. That's the biggest thing. Not even concentration. You can't dispel it. You can't, yeah. Choose. Yeah. Can't leave it by non-magical means. Yeah, it can't be dispelled. It can't even be dispelled by dispel magic. Like, it's
wish would be your only option.
And even like,
that'd be the only thing that gets rid of it if you fail to save.
Yeah, if you fail to save. But that's the thing, though. Like, if you fail to save trying to teleport out, or it's better for you to just disintegrate it. Just disintegrate the wall, and then you could get out that way. But if you don't have that, short of a wish spell, you can't dispel it. Like, this thing is busted. I love this spell so much, but it's so busted, and I feel bad about using it because I've used it a couple of times. I'm just like, it shuts down and trivializes almost any encounter.
Well, if they just had a bunch of anti-magic fields, it wouldn't matter what you did.
Anti-magic. I guess that would technically still work.
Yeah, it would.
But even that's just like, you could only do it for so long. And then if it's anti-magic, none of your magic works either.
Yeah, I know, but still.
All right. Any other honorable mentions for
No,
level 7? Simulacrum.
Yeah, that's creative
I love Simulacrum. You create a clone of yourself that's just permanent.
out of snow.
Yeah, of snow and ice or whatever. It has a pretty high material component cost, but once you do it, it's great. This particular spell, like with Simulacrum, if you're a spellcaster, it gets all of your features, all of your classes, all of your racial benefits, all that stuff.
Just can't regain spell slots, right?
Yeah, but you can't get back spell slots. Yeah, that's the thing. It uses up spell slots. It does not regain those over a long rest. That's the only caveat with that. But that's great. But I think with that, let's go ahead. We can switch on over to 8th level spells now. Eighth level spells. You got any 8th level spells that you particularly love, Sammy, that you want to tell the people about?
Well, I do
I certainly do.
Yeah. I like Feeble Mind.
Feeble Mind. This was definitely one of my favorites. That's one I was thinking of as well. Feeble Mind is fantastic.
Yeah, it's an 8th level spell of the enchantment school. It's a 1 action to cast with a range of 150 feet. You blast the mind of a creature that you can see within range, attempting to shatter its intellect and personality. The target takes 4d6 psychic damage and must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's intelligence and charisma scores become 1. The creature can't cast spells, activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. The creature can, however, identify its friends, follow them, and even protect them. At the end of every 30 days, the creature can repeat its saving throw against the spell. If it succeeds on its saving throw, the spell ends. The spell can also be ended by Greater Restoration, Heal, or Wish. It's a really good spell.
Oh, it's a crazy spell.
I mean, there's a built-in counter for it, which is nice. I like spells that can be checked at one point or another.
Oh yeah,
but you can completely destroy. I mean, yeah, this doesn't work well on martial classes.
On druids or on clerics.
No, it does. You can't cast spells.
You can't cast spells, but they do still technically have their wisdom, though. It doesn't lower their wisdom scores.
But they can't do anything with it except attack people.
No, you can't, but it's still, at the very least, you do have your wisdom in terms of, like, if you have to make wisdom saves or anything else, which is the most prominent. But you can't cast spells, you can't talk, you can't communicate or understand language.
Items.
Like, you can't activate items, like...
I mean, you're taking a spellcaster and turning them into a shitty melee fighter.
I wouldn't even call them a real fighter. They're not even a shitty fighter. They are effectively neutered. You have neutered a spellcaster and made them basically they're just a child at this point. They are completely
they're a sack of hit points.
But it's amazing. And the fact that it lasts for a whole month, 30 days, no concentration, and they get 1 chance. They get 1 save at the 30 days. And if they fail, they gotta wait another whole month.
Hence why it's always nice to have Greater Restoration, Heal, or Wish on your team.
Or Wish, yes. And here's the thing. This spell is actually very near and dear to my heart because it's a spell I used at the literal climax of one of my favorite campaigns that I've ever played in. And I used it against, like, I basically, essentially the overview was like, I was a druid and I was fighting against like my evil brother, half brother. And we were like right on the precipice. We'd finally kind of defeated and destroyed a lot of the stuff that he built. And he was like on his last legs. And my character was just like, he didn't want to kill him because it was a little bit of a sad, kind of unfortunate thing that got him to where he was. Like he wasn't, he was empathetic towards him. And so instead of killing him, right at the ending, he had blown through all of his legendary resistances, all of that. And he was going to try and kill me with power word kill for his last thing. And I cast Feeble Mind on him. And he had rolled a natural 1. And the whole thing was just so beautiful, so cinematic. And he effectively, at that point, he had been neutralized. Like, there was nothing he could do. And I cast it at, I think, 8th level. And so if you cast it at higher levels, I think no. I think that's something else. Like, no, that's Gesh. Never mind. Excuse me. That's Gesh. But yeah, I cast Feeble Mind on him, and we were able to basically make it where we took him to like this isolated place where he could live out the rest of his days and kind of just ignorant bliss in a sense. He kind of gave up at that point. Like he didn't have the ability to fight or whatever, because he couldn't cast spells anymore. And basically every 30 days, if not more so often, like, my character would go visit him and make sure that if he breaks the save, that he would cast it on him again, to keep him from being able to make the save. And it was great. So I love Feeble Mind. It has an amazing place in my heart for that particular moment and reason. Another really great spell that I love to bits is the spell Power Word Stun. This is another super busted broken spell, in my opinion. This is an 8th level enchantment spell. Casting time of 1 action. It's only verbal components and it has a range of 60 feet. You speak a word of power that can overwhelm the mind of one creature you can see within range, leaving it dumbfounded. If the target has 150 hit points or fewer, it is just stunned. There is no save. It is just stunned. However, if it has 151 hit points or higher, the spell has absolutely no effect and you waste the spell. However, the stun target now is just stunned for a full minute. Oh no, I'm sorry, not even a full minute. It's just stunned. But it can make a Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns. On a successful save, the stunning effect ends. So the creature essentially is just stunned until it succeeds on a con save against your spell save DC. Otherwise, it's just permanently stunned. That is just crazy. That is just utterly freaking ridiculous. Like, so if you have, like a bard, a sorcerer, a warlock, or a wizard with a spell save of like 23, you could like essentially shut down almost any individual that you've hurt enough. And again, if one thing is bloodied, like literally, if you get to a point where your DM's like, okay, they're bloodied, odds are they're probably at 150 hit points or fewer at that point. There's not a ton of creatures or monsters that have higher than 150 hit points at half their health. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At that point, like you now have advantage on all attacks against them while they're stunned. They automatically fail any dex or strength saving throws. So I've used this spell in conjunction with, guess what? Disintegrate. I've literally power word stunned a dude, just pointed at him point blank range and disintegrated him because he automatically fails dex saves. Like they can't. I think it's automatic. I might be wrong. It might be disadvantage, but I think stun just means you automatically fail. Same as paralysis. And I love it. It's a great spell. It's a super powerful spell that I think a lot of people might overlook because, again, it's like similar. It's not very flashy. It doesn't like power word stuns. Like, oh, you stun them. What does that do? What does that mean? And but when you look at the text, you're just like, holy shit, dude. Amazing.
There's just a lot that you can do there. It's pretty ridiculous.
Any other spells you think of for 8th level, my man?
I mean, I'm always a big fan of the Mighty Fortress, those kinds of spells where you can just build a castle.
Yeah.
Maze is an interesting one.
Maze is fun.
But I'd just rather
dominate monster.
Yeah, just take Demiplane. That's a fun one too.
Yeah, Demiplane is great.
These are all like
Earthquake is cool.
I will say I do like Clone.
I was gonna say Clone is another great one. That's like the next step up of contingency, where like you die, you just can come back now in a clone body. Now, granted, it does take a little bit of prep and some time, but you effectively just can't die really unless they like trap your soul in some way.
Yeah, you do need, like 3,000 gold worth of stuff.
Yeah.
A safe space.
But again, at this level, you're like level 15 at this point. Like you should be having like tens, if not hundreds of thousands in gold, if not like millions in gold at this point. Like,
Well, that's for your campaign, so we never had that much money.
well, I'm not even saying just for my campaigns. If you're this type, if you're at this level, these high level adventurers should be having that kind
Enough gold to do this kind of stuff.
yeah.
But
Like they should be
clone
having easily like tens, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of gold.
takes an hour to cast. The spell grows an inert duplicate of a living creature as a safeguard against death. This clone forms inside a vessel used in the spell's casting and grows to full size and maturity after 120 days. You can also choose to have the clone be a younger version of the same creature. It remains inert and endures indefinitely as long as the vessel remains undisturbed. At any time after the clone matures, if the original creature dies, its soul transfers to the clone, provided that the soul is free and willing to return. The clone is physically identical to the original and has the same personality, memories, and abilities, but none of the original's equipment. The original creature's physical remains, if they still exist, become inert and can't thereafter be restored to life since the creature's soul is elsewhere. It's essentially your evil necromancer, extra thing they have in case you kill them. But it's
can
fun.
also be for your wizard who, just like, hey,
Doesn't trust their friends.
Now where I don't want to die. I'm super squishy and I can take, certain damage, and then if I die, I'll come back. One thing obviously to keep in mind is if your original body dies, you lose all the equipment that you had with it. Like that doesn't come back with you. You come in, your body that you come into is a completely naked body in like a vat, like Star Wars style, clone style. You know what I mean? But it's a great spell. It's super cool, super awesome. Has a lot of flavor to it, similarly to like, I Dream of the Blue Veil or whatever else. Like it's like you probably won't ever really use it in a campaign unless you're very deliberate with it. You know what I mean? Like unless you're DM and you make a specific deliberate kind of thing and you take a lot of time, because again, 120 days, not a full year, but still a lot of time and a lot of resources. But yeah, gotta love it. Honestly, 8th level spells, some of my favorites. I do love them. They're so cool. You got anti-magic field, animal shapes. Again, like I said, earthquake is super fun. Illusory dragon is a really interesting one that they just released. One of my favorites too was tsunami. Tsunami, you just like, it's gonna be hard to use, similar to earthquake, because you have a high percentage chance of hurting and harming your friends unless you're very specific about placement. But and not just your friends, also just everything around. But you literally just conjure a wall of water 300 feet long, 300 feet high, and 50 feet thick. And it only lasts for 6 rounds. It's a concentration spell, and it takes a minute to cast. I don't think I ever knew that before, actually.
Which one?
Tsunami.
Oh,
I didn't realize it took a minute to cast. I thought it was only an action. Either way, at the start of each of your turns, when the wall appears, each creature within its area has to make a strength save. And let me tell you, not a lot of things are really great at strength saves, depending. On a failed save, a creature takes 60-10 bludgeoning damage or half as much on a successful save. Now, here's the cool part. Again, it lasts for 6 rounds. At the start of each of your turns after the wall appears, the wall, along with any creatures in it, move 50 feet away from you. Any huge or smaller creature inside the wall or whose space the wall enters when it moves must succeed on a strength save or take 5d10 bludgeoning damage. And a creature can take this damage only once per turn, but at the end of the turn, the wall's height is reduced by 50 feet, and the damage creatures take from the spell on subsequent rounds is reduced by 1d10. Essentially, it literally, just as a tsunami, grabs and pulls and pushes all of your enemies of huge and smaller away. They each keep taking damage as they have to make strength checks as they go, and yeah, it's fantastic. You literally just wipe a slate clean. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've taken out like hordes of enemies with this spell before. It was awesome. But yeah, I'd say probably at that point in effect, that is 8th level spells. A couple of more and stuff that are cool, but let's go ahead and get to our final capstone climax for D&D 5th edition spells. 9th level spells, the epitome, the peak, the pinnacle of any spellcaster's long and arduous journey. This is it. These are the spells you can cast. In 5th edition, Dungeons & Dragons, technically speaking, your max that you are allowed to reach. Samuel, any favorites that pop up right away for you that you'd like to just talk about before obviously we get into the peak pinnacle ones, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Most possible.
Well, my favorite is True Polymorph.
True Polymorph. We've talked about this before a bit in depth.
Sure. It's just the fact that you can. It's it takes an action. It lasts for an hour, but you can choose one creature or non-magical object that you can see within range, transforming it into a different creature. Now, polymorph before was a beast. This is any creature. The spell, if you concentrate on the spell for the full duration, it lasts until it's dispelled. Now, this is a 9th level spell, which means to dispel this, you have to cast it at a certain, spell level.
Or you have to roll high enough to do it.
Yeah, but there's a minimum spell level you have to cast it at to roll high enough, like math-wise. But, you can't... The reality is that you could just make yourself into a dragon. And dragons can speak, therefore they can cast spells. So you can just continue to do what you do.
Also have innate self polymorph or shape.
Yeah, and some of them can just turn into a person anyway. So you have the health, armor, flight, dragon's breath, all that stuff from a dragon, and you can cast up to 9th level spells as a wizard.
Yep.
You can also do this by making creatures into objects or objects into creatures. Which is interesting. There is a little bit of a limit because they have to match sizes. But my thought was always to build giant statues of monsters and then just turn those statues into those monsters.
Into actual monsters. That's a great idea. I love it.
And the reality is it's going to be friendly to you. It has to be a challenge rating of 9 or lower, but realistically, you can kind of, your DM will tell you what you can get away with there. But turning a creature into an object, as long as the object size is no larger than the creature's size.
Yeah. The
creature's statistics become that as the object, and the object has no memory of the time spent in this form. After the spell ends, it returns to its normal form. Now, it doesn't say anything about this becoming permanent. The creature into object. Every other part of the spell, it says it'll be permanent, but I don't think you can do it permanently from creature into object.
Yeah.
But still, the ability to turn one thing into another thing permanently is already a good enough spell for a 9th level spell.
I mean, I suppose it's specifically to kind of keep it from being like the effects of like a petrify spell, like stone skin or whatever, because that's what stone skin essentially could do. We're just like, oh yeah, turn it into an object, and it's like, oh, I'm just there, because it doesn't say anything about a save. Like, there's no saves.
Yeah,
it just happens. Like, you can't. Like, you can just polymorph somebody. They can't resist it. Or no, it does say it's in a wisdom saving throw, apparently, even though it doesn't show that, I think, in any of the text. So I guess it would be the same as like a normal polymorph, but I can't.
No, it says an unwilling creature can make a wisdom saving throw.
Gotcha. Okay, there it is. I was about to say, I was like, I don't see anything that says that it has to make a save. Like, that is pretty crazy. But either way, yeah, true polymorph, an absolute beloved fan favorite for generations. Everyone loves a good old true polymorph. It's always fun. It's always great. If we're going to talk about that, then I'll talk about the other kind of version that personally I feel like you gotta love, is shape change. This one, I think, like, true polymorph is great, especially because it makes it permanent in a certain way. But shape change, in my opinion, I feel like can be even more effective at times, because it also is a concentration spell for 1 hour, same casting time, but you assume the form of a different creature for the duration. The new form can be of any creature with a challenge rating equal to your level or lower. The creature can't be a construct or an undead, and you must have seen the sort of creature at least once. You transform into an average example of that creature, one without any class levels or the spellcasting trait. However, your game statistics are placed by 6 of the chosen creature, though you retain your alignment and intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. You also retain all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies, in addition to getting those of the creature. If the creature has the same proficiency as you and bonus listed in a statistics is higher, then use yours. You can't use any legendary actions or lair actions of the new form, unfortunately. However, you do assume the new hit point and dice value of the new form, and when you revert to your normal form, you return the number of hit points you had before you transformed. What's great, specifically about this is, like with true polymorph, you retain the benefit of any features from your class, race, or other source and can use them provided that your new form is physically capable of doing so. You can't use any special senses you have, for example, Starfish, unless your new form also has that sense. You can only speak if the creatures normally can speak. So you can essentially, as Sam said, you turn into a dragon, you can still cast spells as a dragon. And not only that, though, but you can also, as an action throughout the duration, you can just turn into anything that has a CR equal to your level or lower. You could turn into a dragon turtle. You could turn into a giant. You could turn into what are they called? You could turn into an Abishai. You could turn into a what are the tiger devils, Sam? Rakshasa. You could turn to Rakshasa if you wanted to. Like, it can't be a construct or undead, and you have to have seen it at least once. But dude, that's insane. And you get all of those features. That's amazing. You gotta love it. Honestly, both of like the transformation spells are super awesome.
They really are.
Another great mention is the spell Foresight. Literally, just for a total of 8 hours, you just touch a willing creature, and it's a divination spell. You just get advantage on everything. You just have not permanent. You have advantage for 8 hours on everything. And additionally, other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you for those 8 hours. You just have advantage on everything, and everybody has disadvantage against you. Love it. Gotta love it. Another one that's a little bit new. It actually comes from Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden module. A spell known as Blade of Disaster. Now, this thing can be pretty freaking bonkers. It's a 9th level conjuration spell, and it is a bonus action, which, again, you know how I love my bonus action spells. It's got verbal somatic components. It has a range of 60 feet, and it is a concentration spell up to 1 minute. Create a blade shift planar rift about 3 feet long in an unoccupied space you can see within range. The blade lasts for the duration. When you cast the spell, you can make up to 2 melee spell attacks with the blade, each one against a creature, loose object, or structure within 5 feet of the blade. On a hit, the target takes 4d12 force damage. This attack scores a critical hit if the number on the d20 is 18 or higher. And on a critical hit, the blade deals an extra 8d12 force damage for a total of 12d12 force damage. That's crazy. Not only is this a bonus action, and you can make 2 attacks with it per bonus action, it already does 4d12 force damage, which is already crazy. But then if you roll either an 18, 19, or 20, it gives you an extra 8d12 for a total of 12d12 on just one attack. Plus,
yeah, it's good.
It is the maximum place for basically like your spiritual weapons to get to, right? Because on your bonus action on your turn, you can move the blade up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. So you can move it and still attack with it in the same round. 30 feet. Like, oh my God, I love this spell. It's great. I used it recently, and it was so satisfying because I got the crit, and it felt phenomenal. It also can harmlessly pass through any barrier, including a wall of force. So you can technically still use this even if you're trapped in a wall of force. Once again, arcane casters. Wall of force shuts down basically everything except for arcane casters.
That's how it goes.
If we're going to talk about damage, I think it obviously would be a disservice to everybody if we didn't mention the literal highest damage spell in the game. Nothing else can really quite come close to it. It's going to be Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm is iconic. Everyone loves it. It's been around forever. I think even since first edition itself. And it is the highest damaging spell in the game, just baseline, like with no other things or whatever. It is a 9th level evocation spell with a casting time of 1 action and a range and area of 1 mile. Verbal somatic components. Blazing orbs of fire plummet to the ground at 4 different points you can see within range of 1 mile. Each creature in a 40-foot radius, 80-foot diameter sphere centered on each point you choose must make a dex saving throw. The sphere spreads around corners, A creature takes 20d6 fire damage and then 20d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a success. A creature in the area of more than one fiery burst is affected only once. The spell damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that aren't being worn or carried. That's 40d6 worth of damage, people. That's insane. Like that's just. And again,
but it is the best.
Four different points of 80-foot diameter. So 4 different meteorites, 80 feet in diameter. And one thing that I didn't realize until like relatively recently as well is it specifies no need to have to do this from outside. You can conjure this inside a small area or inside like a house or mansion or whatever. Like, you don't need to technically be outside for this to take effect, unlike some other spells. Like, good lord, just crazy. Yeah, you obviously have your other honorable mentions, such as Power Word Kill, Power Word Heal, Psychic Scream, which is cool. Time Stop, iconic Time Stop, everybody loves it.
True Resurrection,
and obviously, of course, the absolute epitome, as we talked about before, of any arcane spellcaster, the spell Wish. Wish is the most powerful spell in the game, as you probably no doubt already surmised. It's mentioned in so many other spells as being like the only thing that could possibly reverse its effects or have any to do whatever, and for good reason. It's a 9th level conjuration spell, interestingly enough. Casting out of one action, it's only a verbal component. Wish is the mightiest spell a mortal creature can cast. By simply speaking aloud, you can alter the very foundations of reality in accord with your desires. The basic use of the spell is to duplicate any other spell of 8th level or lower. You don't need to meet any requirements in that spell, including costly components. The spell simply takes effect. Alternatively, you can create one of the following effects of your choice. Create one object up to 25,000 gold pieces in value that isn't a magic item. The object can be no more than 300 feet in any dimension, and it appears in an unoccupied space you can see on the ground. You allow up to 20 creatures that you can see to regain all hit points and end all effects on them prescribed or described in the Greater Restoration spell. You grant up to 10 creatures that you can see resistance to a damage type you choose. I feel like that should just be immunity, but whatever. You grant up to 10 creatures you can see immunity to a single spell or other magical effect for 8 hours. For instance, you could make yourself and all your companions immune to a Lich's life drain attack. You can also undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll of any roll made within the last round, including your last turn. Reality reshapes itself to accommodate the new result, for example. A Wish spell could undo an opponent's successful save, a foe's critical hit, or a friend's failed save. You can force the reroll to be made with advantage or disadvantage, and you can choose whether to use the reroll or the original roll. Now, the caveat of this spell is there is a toll and a tax to be paid by casting it. You might be able to achieve something beyond the scope of the above example. State your wish to the GM as precisely as possible. The GM, however, has great latitude in ruling what occurs in such an instance. The greater the wish, the greater the likelihood that something goes wrong. This spell might simply fail, the effect you desire might only be partly achieved, or you might suffer some unforeseen consequence as a result of how you worded the wish. For example, wishing that a villain were dead might propel you forward in time to a period when that villain is no longer alive, effectively removing you from the game. Similarly, wishing for a legendary magic item or artifact might instantly transport you to the presence of the item's current owner, such as like a dragon or a demon lord. The stress of casting this spell to produce any effect other than duplicating another spell weakens you. After enduring that stress, each time you cast a spell until you finish a long rest, you take 1d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell. This damage can't be reduced or prevented in any way. In addition, your strength drops to 3 if it isn't 3 or lower already for 2d4 days. For each of those days that you spend resting doing nothing more than light activity, your remaining recovery time decreases by 2 days. Finally, there is a 33% chance that you are unable to cast Wish ever again if you suffer this stress.
That's the part that gets me.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like a lot of people aren't as well. Like it's a 9th level spell. This is Wish. Like it's a thing that allows you to really start to have a bit more freedom and flexibility in certain things. And I feel like personally, like I have a thing where I'm like, if another person has wish, I think that they could wish that you could get wish back. Like, I feel like you can't do anything yourself about it necessarily, but if you seek out and like do something like a god or somebody else who has like equivalent power or the like, and I've kind of researched what other people think too, and there's been a bit of a debate and topic on this, that like I personally feel like you should be able to get it back. Because like, once again, I'm not a huge fan of it just being left up to a D100 roll. And if you roll a 33 or lower, then you can just never, like, I like the fact that you have the detriment where it's like, if you use it for anything else besides an 8th level spell or lower, you literally, like, your strength gets reduced to 3. You can take necrotic damage for the rest of that time if you don't take like a long rest. Like, that's just gonna like that. I feel like that's a fair like reprisal or consequence of you altering reality in that way. Like, it takes a literal physical toll on you. Like, I like that. I don't see why you also have to, at that point, potentially lose the ability to cast wish forever. Like, if anything, it should be like you can't cast wish for like, a month, or maybe like, however many days of a D100 roll, maybe. But even then, I still feel like max maybe it should be like a month. Like, similar to Feeble Mind. You can't cast it for like no, I'm sorry. Let's say 10 days, because that's the same amount of time it takes a cleric to use their channel divinity, or not channel divinity, their divine intervention. Do that. Be like, if you roll like a 33 or lower, you can't cast wish for 10 days. Same thing as a cleric's divine intervention.
Yeah.
There you have it.
I think that's all of them. Yeah,
that is all of them. All the leveled spells we went did it from cantrips. In fact, heck, we started just talking and describing how spells work and the mechanics, and then we went from 0 to 9. Did all of them. Told you a little bit about our favorites, some of the ones that we dislike and hate. Are there any 9th level spells, Sam, that you feel like suck at all, that are kind of shitty, that don't have much bang for their buck?
I mean, no, I think they all.
Invulnerability, another honorable mention. Gotta love it. You're just immune to damage for 10 minutes.
I mean, I think Storm of Vengeance is probably not the greatest 9th level spell, but
that's the one. Storm of Vengeance.
When I say not the greatest
9th level spell,
but when I say not the greatest, it can affect the most amount of people out of any of these spells, really.
True, but problem being, it's a concentration spell.
Yeah, but it's a radius of 360 feet.
Which also means that it hurts you too, though.
No, because you can do it from in sight, so you can do it a long ways away.
You can, but thing being too is like, when do we ever really get a chance to do that super often?
You don't, but I like it.
It's still a cool spell, and I've tried to use
druids.
It before.
Again, they can prepare spells. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it does, because you only get one 9th level slot, so you use it, and that's all you could use. Or if you use some other 9th level slot or spell, you can't do this.
To me, it's this like biblical-esque storm.
I agree. It's so cool, like thematically and flavor-wise, but mechanically,
it's not the best spell. No,
it's bad. Mechanically, this is I would say this is probably the worst 9th level spell in my experience.
Probably.
Because it just, like, once again, it lasts for a minute. If it wasn't concentration, it would be way better. Because the problem being is, like, any time that you might be tempted to use it, one, you would probably hit not just yourself, but also all of your friends and people, unless you have an armory.
Again, like, you're not using this on yourself. You're using it very far away.
I mean, that's the thing. You would hope so, but then at what times do you really get to use that to its actual effect? Like, you're going to use it against, like, an army. Like, this is supposed to be used against, like, armies. And
I'm using it against a city.
Yeah, use it against a city or like, a kingdom or whatever. But it's, like, at the same time, again, it's, like, you could do that as, like, an evil druid. Like, that would be a great evil druid thing.
Cities are evil.
Yeah, some of them are, especially if there's 2 certain druids.
Yeah.
But point being is, like, there's not really any real spot or place to use this.
No, but it's druids. That's some of their spells are just like that. I like this spell.
That's in essence. I feel like it's a shitty spell, especially for a 9th level spell.
True. No, I think all of them are good. Some of them are. I mean, weird is not very good.
Weird isn't great. Weird is pretty bad too.
Again, though, it's like it's one of those things that if you're building a character with a specific kind of image in mind, they have options for pretty much everybody that you could take something here that you're like, ooh, that fits with my character.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
if it's not the most, meta or the most, the
it doesn't
best
always have to
spell
be the
on the
most
list.
effective or the most,
No, but I think all
like
of them are at least
metagamey or whatever.
all of them
But
are at least a decent choice. Some of
I
them
mean,
are better than
they
others.
have. There are absolutely very specific circumstances where all of them could be really cool and interesting. But again, for me, unless you deliberately set up those circumstances and situations, they're just not good. They're bad. Another honorable mention: prismatic wall. Another one
Oh, yeah.
that is a contender for potentially dealing the highest amount of damage in the game for a spell. Like it's between like prismatic wall and meteor swarm, I believe. Yeah, invulnerability. Love this spell. Literally, you're just immune to all damage for 10 minutes until the spell ends. It's amazing. Love it. Mass heal is nice. Gate. Astral projection is decent enough. But yeah, I do believe, Sammy, if you don't have any other real thoughts or feelings, you guys, I think that's it.
I think that's all of them.
We went through it, y'all. If you guys have, honestly, I would be interested. Leave in the comments maybe some of your favorite spells, some of the effects and things that you love to do with them. We'd love to see it and maybe talk more about it. But yeah, I think in conclusion, this is the journey that your spellcasters will take in their adventure to become all-powerful reality shapers. And boy, there are a lot of spells, guys. There are a lot of spells, Sam. Gotta love it. But I love so very many of them and hate quite a few as well. Love to hate them. But in essence, thank you all once again for coming along with the ride for us. We hope you enjoyed the time here, just talking, shooting the shit, being dumb, being fun, and
Hating on sorcerers.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see you guys again real soon. Appreciate you.
Bye, guys.
Bye now.